Hello, my name is Benjamin Kubo, and my project is called Eye to Eye Peer Tutoring.
Testing. Testing. Perfect. That sounds good. Ben, do you want to just check the mic? Flip it on. It's going to take a couple seconds to click over. Try now.
Is it good? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So looks great. Okay. Can you turn it on? All right. Ooh, looks like we're getting the live feed. All right. Hey, everybody. We're going to get rolling as the last few people start settling in. So thank you for being here. Thank you, seniors. Hey, seniors. Most of you are seniors in here. I just sent you an email that has a form in it that is going to be something that's important for your graduation program. So I need you to complete that form today. You need to put your name in it. Give me your project title, and most of you have already done that, and that's what we've listed on like the schedule. But what they're looking for is like a short description. Think of it kind of as like a tagline, or like your project title is Saving the Planet, right? Then we'll have colon, right? A waste management system for HPA. Right? Like your project title was Saving the Planet, okay? But what is the actual thing that you did? Okay? So think of it in two parts like that. So what is your project, and then give us a short description of what you did as the product. Okay? So that's my only request. Seniors, please take care of that today, and then we should be all set to go. But this session is the first session for day 2 of the Capstone Showcase. We've got Mixly and her cohort, and we're going to start off with Ben Kubo as soon as the video is ready to roll.
Hello, my name is Benjamin Kubo, and my project is called Eye to Eye Peer Tutoring. So how did I get here? Well, coming into this year, I had many ideas on what I wanted to do for Capstone, but I was still unsure. With the pandemic still widely affecting the community, I did not know the limit to how much I could do. One of the main ideas I had at the start of the year was to create a blood drive. Looking forward to the college and my interest in medicine, I thought this would be the perfect project to help my community while being involved in the medical field. But after the first couple of weeks in Capstone, I found that this project wouldn't have been sustainable. So, I went back to the drawing board and tried to focus on a couple of key ideas. I wanted to help the community, I wanted my project to be sustainable, and I wanted to focus on a problem that was affected by the pandemic. With this, I found myself looking into the education system of Hawaii and the effects the pandemic had on the students. I found that many students were heavily affected by the pandemic, setting students back in their education both in English and math. In fact, 53% of students are not at or above a level of proficiency for English, and 69% of students are not for math. Hawaii also struggles with teacher retention, ranking 32 in the nation with a 14-to-1 teacher-to-student ratio. With this, some students may not get the one-on-one attention they may need to succeed, especially with online learning making an even larger divide between the student and teacher. To help with this problem, I found many resources stating the importance of tutoring and the powerful impact it could have on helping students learn and improve on these subjects. Tutoring programs allow for this optimized learning, appealing to students in ways they learn best, and also being able to give these students the full attention they need. In a random study of students, 96 students were randomly assigned tutoring, and 80% of those students showed statistically significant improvement. So, I reached out to Waimea Middle School Principal Miss English and learned even more about the impacts of the pandemic and gained insight on the situation. With the help of Miss English, I was able to create a plan. To help solve this problem in our community, I devised a co-curricular activity in pairing with the sports and co-curricular system of HPA to get students from HPA to Waimea Middle. Not only would this be a great way to help Waimea Middle School students get some tutoring and help in their academics, but also a great way for our students to get out into the community. Some things I really wanted to focus on in this project was to create a friendly environment and a beneficial relationship between the tutors and students. As for the name of my project, Eye to Eye, I believe that we as humans are all on the same level and must work together to achieve greater success. With this in mind, I wanted to create an environment where tutors and students could be friends rather than the power dynamic of a regular teacher and student, creating close friendships while still working on academic skills. Because of the closer age gap between high schoolers and middle school students, this was an easier connection to create. Along with this relationship building, I also wanted these students to show improvement in English and math by the end of the program. Throughout this journey, I've learned a lot and overcame many obstacles. In the beginning, there were many obstacles with the legal work of the project. I had no idea how to fill out a Department of Education form, let alone all the logistics on how to create a co-curricular. With the help of Miss Craven, however, I was able to send out my project as part of the winter season signups and also fill out all the necessary paperwork. I was lucky to also be supported by Mr. Vendiola, as he was the first teacher to help me in this project in driving the bus and being the supervisor of the tutoring sessions. Throughout the running of the program, there were many problems. The different schedules between the schools made it difficult to plan off days, and transportation due to the many winter sports also made things difficult. At some points, we would not have a bus available, and making things even harder, due to my soccer season, I was also not able to attend as many tutoring sessions as I would have liked. But in these times, I was able to problem solve, contacting my day student tutors with a license in coordination with Miss Craven to drive to these sessions. The soccer season caused many problems for me, but whether I was on a bus to Hilo or getting ready for a home game, I was always able to problem solve and make sure tutors could make it to Waimea Middle. I was also fortunate to have Izzy Hodges, a junior, really step up while I was away, allowing me to delegate responsibility to her while I had soccer games. I truly would not have been able to make this work without her. But throughout all of this, I am proud to say that my project has taken place on Mondays and Wednesdays as an after-school activity and ran successfully from January 10th to April 4th. In this process, in a report from the Waimea Middle School principal, Miss English, students that have gone to this tutoring program have had higher grades and fewer missing assignments. From observing the sessions, I have also seen success in the relationships being created between the tutors and students, often seeing each other as friends. Throughout the program, I had also created survey forms for my tutors to fill out, having them reflect on the success of the sessions and the improvements of the students. From these responses, I'm sure that students were positively affected by the program, having a tutor to help them along the way and give the individual attention that they need. From this experience, I have learned a lot about myself and my determination to help those around me. At times, I was unsure about the impacts of my program, but I stuck with it to truly give my best effort in helping the community I have lived in my whole life. This has been the biggest project I have ever been in charge of, and it has really helped me develop more leadership and management skills. It has truly been an amazing experience and opportunity. So what are the next steps? Well, going into the future, I hope that my project will be able to run again next academic year. I've created a document to be shared with the school with instructions on how to set up this program again. I truly believe that it is an important program that offers a lot of opportunities to the students of HBA and to Waimea Middle School, and I'm looking for the next student or teacher to carry on this project. Finally, thank you to everyone who has supported me in this journey, especially to Miss Craven, Miss Sly, Miss English, Mr. Vendiola, Miss Garth, Izzy, and all the tutors who signed up. I truly appreciate all the help and support you have given me for this program to succeed. Thank you to everyone who is listening, and I am now opening it up to questions.
Nice job, Ben. Nice job, Ben. Hello? Hello? Nice job, Ben. Yeah. So for the question and answer portion, we're always going to start off with the capstone teacher. So McSly is going to get to ask the first question, and then I'll probably follow up. But while that's happening, please lift your hand, and then McSly can come around and bring you the mic, and we'll probably have about 5 minutes of questions for each student. Okay? Go ahead.
Hi, Ben. Congratulations on finishing your capstone.
Thank you.
My first question for you is, what did you find was the most rewarding part of this process?
The most rewarding part of this process was definitely seeing the relationship building between the tutors and students. It was really powerful for me to see, like, my program was working in a way, and that the students and tutors really were creating a good connection. It wasn't just strictly just working on homework or looking at the computer with like silence. Like, they were really joking around, and they were really becoming good friends in the whole thing. So that was probably the most rewarding part.
Thank you.
Thinking about the work that you had that went into organizing all this, talk about collaborating with somebody from outside of HPA. How were you able to manage that, especially as a student, dealing with a principal at a middle school? Who did you have to lean on, or what skills did you develop in that process?
In that process, I definitely developed a lot of email skills. I had to send out a lot of emails to her, coordinating things. I would go on the weekends in the morning to see her, to start planning things out and really get a firm idea on what was going on. So just like, it really pushed me out of my comfort zone to really reach out to someone that I haven't talked to in a while, because I did have her for like my 8th grade year at Parker School. So I did know her a little bit, but it was still out of my comfort zone to reach out to someone that was like outside of our community.
For sure. So please, as you have questions are coming in, we'll let Ms. Jim ask the next one.
Wonderful project. Super hopeful that it will continue beyond your capstone year. Quick question about how you engaged with the students, and specifically how they signed up. So not just the tutors, but also the students, participants. They signed up, if they were referred to by other teachers at the school, etc.
I think the students were motivated in their own way, that they, if they were to come to the program, it was on their own will. Some days we wouldn't have as many kids as we would have liked, and some days we had a good amount of kids. It really depended on how much they wanted to be there, and rather than just the teachers making them go to it, I think it really helped for them to feel like they actually wanted to be there rather than being forced. So.
I think we've got.
Hey, great job.
The most successful part of it was actually getting it going and like having it run for like a winter season and then a little bit into the spring season. And some of the worst parts of it, I guess, was the bus situation. It's kind of difficult with transportation. Some days, just because of sports schedules, like there'd be away games, and that'd take up a lot of the buses, and we wouldn't be able to get there. So it was a lot of hard work to get them there, our tutors to the school. And if I were to pass it on, I would definitely have them look at that a little bit more, and just have the teacher that like would be managing it to reserve the buses in advance, which I didn't know was possible during it.
Great. Well, Ben, this was such a cool project and definitely connecting with the community in such a powerful way. So congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we're going to welcome Jasmine Chang to the hot seat. And we'll cue up her video. So just flick it on, just the lights come up.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Chang, and my project is about preventing and raising awareness of sexual harassment and assault. If at any point you feel uncomfortable and need to take a moment for yourself, please feel welcome to do so. April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and a teal ribbon is used to symbolize the efforts in sexual assault prevention and awareness, hence the name of this project. Over the course of these 8 months, I created an animated video that talks a little bit about what sexual harassment and sexual assault is, and also introduces rape culture as a concept and how it affects victims and perpetrators. I also had the opportunity to show this video to Mrs. Sebastian's freshman health and wellness class. With this video, I eased them into the topic of sexual harassment and assault. Coming into senior year, I thought I had a pretty good idea of the general direction I wanted my project to take off in. I wanted to be helpful and raise awareness to the issues that I cared about. Growing up and entering high school, it was difficult and painful for me to learn and process the injustices of our society and the inevitable struggles that women have to go through. I noticed more and more the way that people around me made small comments or did subtle things that would contribute to the normalization of the objectification of female bodies. To sum up my thoughts about this simply, it is unfair that anyone would have to feel violated in that way. I felt very strongly that this was something I was going to be doing even when I'm older. As I learned more about the universal struggles that women go through, I noticed more and more the way that people around me made small comments or did subtle things that would contribute to the normalization of the objectification of female bodies. It could be my peers or the adults around me saying and doing these things, but it was mainly the media that we consumed. The movies we watch, the songs we'd listen to, and the endless feed on Instagram. These were all riddled with things that were unconsciously shaping our minds to tolerate this toxic behavior. Talking with my peers is something that helped me process the feelings that came along with knowing the alarming rate in which people experience sexual violence. I'm doing this project because I hope that bringing this topic out into the open will put people at ease and dissipate the stigma of it all. Throughout this year, this project has taken many different forms. Initially, I had hoped that I would be presenting live to each of the classes in a large gathering, such as assembly or class meeting. I learned that that would probably not have the same effect as if they were to talk about this in smaller groups. My second plan was to speak to everyone in groups of joint advisories. That way, they were in smaller groups and would have established trust with the people they were in a group with. I liked that idea, but it would have been difficult to schedule times with every advisory to make the presentation. Finally, I decided on making a video instead of having to present live. This was a better option because it would be a lot more efficient and it would be of a higher level of quality because I wouldn't be nervous to do the public speaking. It also provides a legacy pathway for the project because this video can be played in the years following my time at HPA. This idea gave me a way to honor the time I spent here at HPA and give back to the community that helped me grow. One of the problems I didn't expect was the amount of time it would take to make the videos. I wanted the video to be animated to make the heavy topic a little bit easier to digest. I had decided to hand draw the animation for the entire video, and the time it took to learn and execute that skill was way longer than I had anticipated. I had spent countless hours in and out of class building together the video a frame at a time. Originally, I had planned to make a series of videos, but because of this learning curve, I had to resort to making a single video. So I revised my plans for the first video and adjusted it so it would be a little bit more in depth and cover all the major points, and so I wouldn't be sacrificing any quality. After showing Miss Sebastian my video product, she gave me the suggestion to include a follow-up to my video and end it on a more positive note. In preparation to showing this video to the freshmen, I found a few websites to show them where they can learn more about sexual assault. After showing the video to the freshman class, the most common piece of feedback I received was that they enjoyed my animations. This was very validating, and I felt like I made the right choice in taking the time to learn animation and drawing each of the frames. The biggest thing I learned from this experience was how to set reasonable expectations and goals. In the beginning of the year, I had very big ideas that just weren't reasonable or possible for me to do in the span of 1 year. At least I wouldn't have been able to do it well. Over the course of the capstone period, I had to readjust my goals and take into consideration the circumstances that arose with each challenge I faced. I had to problem solve and work around the hiccups along the way. But luckily, many people had supported me throughout this process. I am currently working on implementing this video into the harassment policy signing process in the advisory curriculum so that students understand the importance and seriousness of what they are agreeing to. It would also give the opportunity for the current sophomores and juniors to see this video as well. Hopefully, my video will be able to help more people in the future. I'd like to thank my capstone teacher, Ms. Lai, for being patient and guiding me throughout this project. I'd also like to thank Mrs. Sebastian for supporting me and getting my video shown to people, and also offering help at various times over the year. And finally, thank you to my capstone class peers for amazing feedback and being there with me in this long process. Being in a class full of other students who also want to address the issues they were passionate about is incredibly inspiring. Thank you!
All right, we're going to start off the Q&A portion again with Mixed Live.
Hi, Jasmine.
Hi!
This is clearly a topic that you're very passionate about. How do you see yourself working with this in the future?
So in the future, with every place I go to, this is a very common issue throughout the globe, and I feel like I could bring this video and show it to people, and I hope to continue making more videos and hopefully send them back to HPA so they will be more updated and whole.
Thank you.
One of the key pieces of this work was sharing it with that authentic audience and engaging with that freshman class. Talk a little bit more about that experience and maybe the discussions that you were able to have from that video.
It was really interesting showing the video to the freshmen because at first it was a little bit awkward and you could tell that they were processing this, but they all gave really insightful commentary, and it was kind of humbling and inspiring to see that the freshmen do really care about this and that they really do consider this a real issue.
Right. Is there any audience questions? Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I just wanted to congratulate you on an incredible project that's not easy to tackle, and leaning into something that's so sensitive and difficult and handling it with grace. The question I have was seeing you and seeing how well the freshmen responded to having you come in and say thank you for making this really difficult concept easier for me to understand through the animations. If you have thought about a way to pass it down beyond a faculty member, because while we have that beautiful video that I hope everybody has a chance to watch, I think more valuable than like me just showing it would be to find another student to carry on the importance. I've seen a student say, this is something important, and these are ways that we can be upstanders in our community. Have you thought about that?
Yeah, so in the beginning when I was thinking about presenting live to people, I was also considering gathering a group of students who were willing to, talk about this project, this issue, and hopefully like similar to what the Body Image Club does, I wanted like a group of older students to talk about this with the younger students, and so it would be a more personal connection. And if that's something that anyone is interested in, I think I would definitely want to help with doing that in the following years.
I think we've got a question over here.
Hey, Jasmine. I just wanted to commend you for making your project about such a difficult topic. And I wanted to ask how did you feel like talking about this? Was it a difficult topic to tackle, and was it a lot to handle, or did you find, like Ms. Sebastian said, grace in this topic?
When beginning this project, it was definitely a lot harder to talk about this kind of stuff, and but as I did more research and learned more about like how commonplace this stuff is, it becomes easier as I hear like from more people and I learn more things. Everyone who talks about it that I've talked to also like speaks with it in, with a sense of grace, and I think that's really inspired me. And thank you for that question.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Jasmine. I think you did a great job bringing this awareness to our school, and this is a great capstone project. You should feel awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, next up we're going to invite Malia Camaro.
Hi everyone, my name is Malia Camaro, and my capstone is focused on teenage homelessness in Hawaii. Our first assignment for capstone was called the Head, Heart, and Purpose Venn diagram. In Head, we were asked to list connections and experiences that might shape our capstone project to become what it is. In Heart, we were asked to list things that we were passionate about and topics that we wanted to be addressed. Finally, in Purpose, we were asked to write down what purpose we want our capstone to serve. While I had an idea I wanted to work with humanitarian services, I wasn't fully committed to one idea or another. In order to come to the conclusion that I wanted to focus on unhoused teens, I reflected on my own volunteer opportunities where I was able to serve at a homeless shelter for women and children. I remember feeling saddened to see that many families lack resources that are often easily accessible for me and many of my peers at HPA. Eventually, it became clear to me what my purpose was: to create a way for people to understand the situation of teenage homelessness while also providing ways for students to get involved in the volunteer processes. Once I found a topic that I was truly passionate about, the next step was to brainstorm a product. My first idea was to create a program that would allow HPA students to volunteer their time towards homeless shelters on the west side of the Big Island. Unfortunately, I could not carry this plan out because of how COVID has impacted the schools and shelters' policies about being in close contact with one another. I had to reevaluate my Capstone product and think of ways to somehow get my resources to the unhoused teens on the west side of the island. I eventually came up with the idea to set up a giving drive for HPA students and faculty to donate items to unhoused teens. At the time, I didn't know what items were most needed by these teens and families, so I contacted Janine de McGuinn, a homeless concerns liaison who works to get teenagers in education after they have identified as homeless. Through this contact, I was able to get a list of items that would be most beneficial for these teens, including items like toiletries, clothes, and school supplies. The first step was to create flyers to advertise the giving drive around campus. That is the image you see on the left. After printing and laminating the flyers, I posted them around campus in hopes of getting students interested in donating. Around the same time I had planned to set up my giving drive, another student, Ava Kepper, also planned on setting up a giving drive for her own Capstone project. Because we didn't want to overwhelm students with 2 giving drives in a row, we decided to set up our drives at the same time and work together to collect the items for our individual capstones. While this was a collaborative process, Ava and I needed to figure out how to differentiate our 2 capstone projects. We decided to create a video that describes our different capstones and what each individual project was focusing on. My specific ask was for clothes, toiletries, and gift cards to places like Target, Subway, or Macy's. We shared this video at morning assembly to share our project with all HPA students and faculty. The final step of this process was to provide students with a place to drop off donations, so we worked with Mr. Natzel to get bins that we would set up outside of student life for students to drop off items. I later realized that once the drive ended, I would have a lot more time to do even more for the teens that I had been working with, so I eventually turned my focus to an educational video that I had hoped to include real student stories about their experiences with homelessness. I wanted to use the short film to show what it means to be homeless, as well as provide information on how we can help. To complete this film, I needed equipment that would be provided by the school. I needed to set up dates for interviews with the community liaison I was partnering with, and I needed the participation of a real student who would be willing to share their story with others. My vision was to have the film revolve around information Ms. de McGuinn was able to share about her work and what she defines homelessness to be. I wanted to be able to interview teens within the program directly, but unfortunately, due to COVID, travel restrictions, and the problem of anonymity, I was unable to meet with the teens. However, another opportunity to have student stories in my video presented itself. With the help of Ms. de McGuinn, I was able to send questions I wanted to ask these students to Ms. de McGuinn, who then relayed those questions to the students. Within the next week, I had responses from real students who had identified as homeless and were willing to share their own experiences. This month-long process did not come without challenges. One major challenge was the issue of scheduling interview dates, since mine and Ms. de McGuinn's schedule did not always line up. Through persistence and a lot of email chains, we were able to find a time to meet at the nature park in Waimea. Along with scheduling, another challenge was the added layer of complexity of anonymity. I often was asked to change the wording of responses to ensure all identities besides Ms. de McGuinn were preserved. After brainstorming how to protect the identities of the teens who are willing to respond to my questions, I decided to have some of our very own HPA students voice over the teens' responses as if it was one of these teens sharing their stories themselves. While it was challenging, this experience was also incredibly humbling. My final product was the Winter Giving Drive and the educational video that was shared on April 8th at the film festival. Through the giving drive I coordinated, I was able to receive 6 boxes of donations that was delivered to teens and families a week before Christmas. When talking with Janine after delivering the donations, she expressed her gratitude as well as the gratitude of the families that the donations went to. A significant number of teens were able to open presents on Christmas morning, a dream that was made a reality with the help of students and faculty at HPA. Along with the in-person donation drive I set up on campus, I had created an Amazon wish list for non-local people to donate items to the teens as well. In order to advertise this, I created a QR code that I put on the flyers I had posted around campus that would lead directly to the Amazon page. People outside of the state ended up adding to the already abundant pile of donations that were already given. My final component was the short film that I created that includes an interview with Janine DeMcGuinn, as well as quotes from a student's reflection on their experiences after identifying as homeless. I am fortunate enough to have had the opportunity to share my film at HPA's first annual film festival. It was an amazing experience to not just finally be able to share my product with others, but to talk about what makes this project so important to me. This is a little snippet of the film that I created.
It shifted my perspective as well as approach. You just don't always know what they're going through. Yeah.
And that can be attributed to anyone.
Yeah. Any one of us. Yeah.
Wow.
I think everybody gets something they gotta handle. You just never know. So be nice and have aloha.
I think one of the things that made this project what it is empathy. I hope many other students recognize the humanity in these situations and realize that there is a lot that we can give to those who don't have the same resources and opportunities. So what have I learned throughout this process? In reference to my capstone topic, I have learned that there is a much broader definition of homelessness than what people believe there to be. Of course, we see those who have lost their homes and currently live on the streets of the Big Island, but there are so many aspects of homelessness that go beyond that image. For me, this experience was incredibly humbling, and I am so glad that with the help of students and faculty at HPA, I was able to provide clothing and resources to teens and families and hopefully make the holidays a little bit brighter. In terms of the work that has gone into this project, I have learned that in order to get things done, you have to be persistent. I struggled to schedule times for interviews with Janine because of how different our schedules were, but being persistent allowed us to schedule the perfect date and location for an interview. I often found myself in holding patterns, waiting for the final piece of the puzzle in order to move on to the next part of my project. Although waiting proved to be challenging, I think it also taught me to be flexible and patient with those who are willing to help me and my project succeed. Thank you so much for following me on my journey to help provide for unhoused teens on the Big Island. I've learned a lot throughout this process, a lot about communication and collaboration, tools that I know I can bring into the next stages of my life, but I think most importantly I learned about the significance of humility in serving others. I have a few special thank yous that I want to give out. I want to thank Mix Lai, my capstone teacher, for always leading us in the right direction, and for my capstone class for creating a safe environment for us to share our thoughts and opinions. I want to thank Mr. Muma and Mr. Natzel for all of the brainstorming meetings on how to make this project the best it can possibly be. I want to thank Mr. McGuinn for participating in my short film and for providing me with information on how to set up my drive and what to ask for. I also have to thank my fellow peers, Kamwala Gowan and Kina'u Grace, for helping me give voices to the teens that I interviewed, as well as Ava Kepper for partnering with me on the Giving Drive. This was a very challenging project to take on, and I would not have been able to do it without the support of my teachers and my peers, so thank you so much, and thank you for watching.
Wow, Malia, that was quite the project. Let's start with Mix Lai.
Hi. I was just wondering, what was the most rewarding part of this project for you?
I would say, is this on?
Yep.
I would say the most, I would say the most rewarding part of this project was hearing how grateful the teens and the families were after delivering the donations. I was talking with Mr. McGuinn, who I was partnering with on this project, and she just wanted to express her gratitude that we were willing to help other people and these teens who are in these situations. So that was definitely rewarding.
Now, Malia, you've been up on the stage several times throughout this project, right? And I think it speaks to the array of work that you've done supporting this. And it kind of culminated with that film that you showed. Talk to us about the feedback you got and kind of that experience of sharing that heavy subject with the school.
I got a lot of great feedback from sharing my video with others. A lot about people not even knowing that this was a situation, or they didn't know how it affected these teens, people who are the same age as me and many of the students in this room today. But it was definitely challenging. It did not come without challenges, but it was super rewarding to be able to share that video with others and get that feedback.
Hi. So I was wondering, how did hearing about a story from a teenager impact your project and how you viewed homelessness?
That's a really great question. I think hearing a real story from a real student who is experiencing homelessness, it was super emotional when I first heard it and read it. But I know for me, and I hope those who are able to watch the film, that it really put things into perspective, realizing that homelessness doesn't just affect one or two people, but these kids and these teenagers who have to endure these situations. And hearing that story, it made me want to share their story with other people that much more. So.
Great presentation. I was wondering if you were shocked by what some of the requests were that were needed for these homeless teens?
Yeah, that's a great question. I was, mainly because a lot of the things that they asked for, it was items that I didn't even think about donating. It was things like washcloths or toothbrushes, or in my video she mentions like can openers, things that I think are so easily accessible, these teens needed, and it was definitely shocking to see how much that they need, and it's just not easily accessible for them.
Really good presentation. My question is there any way we can view the film? I know you showed it at the film festival, but are you going to show it again?
Right now I don't have any plans to show it again, but I know that I can upload it to my Capstone page on the full website, but right now I don't have any permanent home for it.
Well, maybe we can help with that.
Yeah.
In terms of like this whole process, like what was the guiding force that took you from one step to the other, right? Like there was a big evolution, but what was that, like what were the moments that really set the next one going?
Well, my original plan was to have students actually be transported down to shelters and directly volunteering with these students, but because of COVID that wasn't able to happen, and so that's when I was talking with McKenna, and we talked about just getting that information out there and sharing this story with others, because a lot of people don't really know what it is. But I think my motivation just mainly came from wanting to share the resources that I have as a student at HPA with others.
Great. All right, well, this was a great project and so many different products along the way, which was super inspiring. So thank you, Malia. Great job.
Thank you.
All right, now we're going to welcome up McKenna Hernie as we cue up her video.
Hi everyone, my name is McKenna Hernie and my capstone was all about anxiety. I came up with this idea at the beginning of the school year. In my social justice and strategic organization capstone, we had an assignment to come up with ideas for the upcoming year. This assignment was called Head, Heart, and Purpose. We were tasked with coming up with ideas for resources that were available to us and passions we had. Me, I knew I wanted to focus on mental health. I knew I would be able to do this because I'd be taking AP Psychology this year, and that would allow me to have a better understanding of the human mind. In addition, I've worked closely with Miss Sebastian in the past, and since Miss Sebastian has experience working and counseling kids who struggle with anxiety and depression, she was a perfect mentor. She has proved very helpful in this process. Furthermore, I knew that with whatever I decided to do, I wanted to help the community. This is how I came up with my anxiety project. So, why me? If you know me, you know that I'm a pretty shy and introverted person. And as a teen who has a lot of anxiety, I have a lot of passion for this topic. One of the main struggles around anxiety is that there is a certain stigma around it. Since this topic isn't something that people talk about, many kids are not able to realize that their feelings and behaviors are out of the ordinary. I hope that through my work I can spread awareness around this topic of mental health and teenage anxiety. So what is anxiety exactly? Anxiety can be defined as intense, persistent, excessive fear or worry over everyday situations. Upon further research, I discovered a high rise in the number of teens struggling with anxiety within the last 10 years. There are many causes to the increase in anxiety. Many correlate the increase with the consumption of social media as well as pressures to study at a high level in order to attend a good university. Furthermore, 2 out of 3 adolescents have an anxiety disorder, and out of those adolescents, 8.3% have a severe impairment. Anxiety going unchecked can lead to major mental disorders in one's future, including depression and substance abuse. My goal was to look for habits and tools to reduce anxiety among students at HBA. I took on this project with the intent to give students a safe and accessible place to learn about anxiety and have tools to reduce it. Over this past year, I've created a website called Not So Anxious. Going into this project, there was a lot of research, planning, and organization to do. There are 3 main steps to making this project: research, building a website, and advertising it. For my research, I mostly use sources including the American Psychological Association and the National Institute of Mental Health and much more. I was also able to acquire a self-test for anxiety. This test is the GAD-7 tool by the HealthWise organization that doctors and psychologists use to test the severity of anxiety. And for my website, I tested out a bunch of website builders until I stumbled upon Weebly, a free website builder that I use to make my website. And the last step is advertising. I created these 2 flyers and put them up all around campus. In addition, Ms. Sebastian has agreed to share my website with her freshman foundations classes. If you're interested in seeing the final product, you can scan this QR code or visit notsoanxious.weebly.com. This website has 4 pages total. What is anxiety? How to reduce anxiety, treatment, and the About page. The first page is all about anxiety. Here you can find the differences between anxiety, stress, and the different anxiety disorders. You'll also be able to learn how anxiety affects people differently and what it looks like in the body. There's also a section on how the coronavirus impacted the level of anxiety, and the self-test I mentioned earlier. The next page is about reducing anxiety, where you can find different tips and tricks on how to decrease anxiety, including exercising, meditating, and even something as simple as breathing techniques. The following page is a treatment page, where you can find different methods of treating anxiety, including different therapies and medications used to treat anxiety disorders. I've also included a mental health hotline open 24/7 so that one can anonymously talk to someone about their anxiety. The last page is the About page, where I share my story and how I've struggled with anxiety. In addition, this page includes all the sources I've used. In order to get feedback on my website, I've included a survey on the homepage. From what I have, the responses are positive. I found out that out of the people that viewed my website, 50% of them said that they experience anxiety all the time. 37% said they experience it once a week, and 12% said that they experience it a few times a month. And for my website feedback, 87% of the responses stated that my website was very helpful. From the responses I have concluded that majority of the viewers found my website very helpful. I hope that to get more responses in the future. Over the course of this class, I have learned of various amounts of information, from all the research about anxiety to learning how to make my own website. I tested out a bunch of website builders and picked one that I liked. Weebly, I was able to put together all of my research and ideas and ultimately publish all of my work. In addition, over the past year, I've grown a lot as a person. Learning about anxiety has helped me manage my own anxiety, and I hope to help others in the community using the tools that I've learned. Over the past year, I faced many challenges. One of them was communication. As I mentioned earlier, I'm a very shy person, so when it comes to asking for help, that doesn't come so easily for me. I was lucky enough to have Miss Sebastian as a mentor. Another issue that came across was sharing my story. At first, I was very hesitant to share because it was something very personal to me. Then someone reminded me that sharing my story could help others. And as for the future of my project, I would love for it to carry on. I hope my website will be used by many students in the years to come. And if anyone were to take it on as a legacy project, hopefully they will be able to expand my website and spread it throughout the community. If I were to take it on next year, I would suggest adding pages about how to help a friend or loved one who is struggling with anxiety. I would like to thank Ms. Sebastian for all her help. She gave me a bunch of sources to use and has given me feedback and suggestions on my website. Overall, she was a big help in creating this project. In addition, I would like to thank my Capstone class for all of their support and suggestions throughout the year. Thank you for watching, and please go check out my website.
Great presentation. We'll start with McSly.
As you've said, this is a very personal project for you. What are some of the skills and things you've learned that you are going to take with you into the future?
Well, honestly, researching about anxiety was very beneficial. I think having that awareness for it is the first step into learning how to reduce it in yourself. So I feel like all the things that I've learned throughout this journey will help me in the future.
Great. When you were taking feedback from your website, was it shocking, the responses, seeing that 50% of the people experience anxiety every day, or is that kind of what you discovered in your research?
It was pretty shocking. I think one of the main struggles for me with my anxiety is that thinking that I was like alone and different. So seeing that there was a lot of people within my community who have the same struggle was really surprising to me.
Great.
Hello, so what was the most or like best part of your project and the most challenging?
I think the most challenging was probably time management and like figuring out a timeline and how to make this happen. And the best part was having people come up to me while making this project and saying how much they appreciate it, and seeing that people within my own community have this passion for this topic as much as I do is very amazing to me.
I also really like your presentation, the background music, and your graphics, and I'm just wondering what tools did you use to make those graphics?
I used Canva. Yeah, that's basically it.
Well, we're passing the mic here. And this came in actually right at the end of Jasmine's, but I think it applies here too. Mr. Bernstein, who's down at the Village campus, is watching online, and he says, great project. I love these capstone projects where the students are creating materials to support our health curriculum. So shout out to both you for doing this awesome work.
I really liked your project, and you took on a very relevant topic that I think was good to be discussed. Do you plan on doing something in the future on this topic or in this field in college?
I do hope that this website will be used in the years to come. As of how I would move forward with it, I don't really have a plan for the future, but yeah, I do hope that it will be used by students in the following years.
So I know you collaborated with Ms. Sebastian on this. Talk about working in that space and how to connect with the freshman class.
Well, Ms. Sebastian made it very easy. I have worked with her before, and she knows about my anxiety, so that was amazing. And just, it was very beneficial to like have it shown within a class and have like the freshmen see it was awesome. It was amazing. Yeah.
Everybody asked all my questions, but I just wanted to say how proud I am of you to lean into something uncomfortable. And my biggest question was going to be whether you found researching made you more anxious or empowered you and kind of helped. But I heard you say that it helped, so I thought it was great. And I just would, to like answer Mr. Bernstein and Mr. McKenna's question, I've been using a former alumni's work she created prior to Capstone in my freshman health class, but now I'm so thankful to have, you know, a relevant, like a senior that they know. So in the mental health unit, they go and one of their homework is to check out the website and learn and give feedback about it. So thank you so much, McKenna. Great job.
All right, yes. And on that, thank you so much for addressing such an important topic and doing such a good work. Awesome. All right, to wrap up today, we've got Riley McMackin, who's joining us from Dr. R's Data-Driven Entrepreneurship Capstone class, and we're going to get to learn a little about his project now.
Hi, I'm Riley McMackin, and this is my capstone project, repurposing solar panels. Ooh, fancy animation. Well, it all started at the beginning of this year. I was struggling with coming up with a capstone idea when at the E-Lab one day, me and Dr. Bill were discussing it, and he gave the idea, the starting idea, to use perovskite solar cells, a revolutionary new type of solar panel, to replace the old solar panels of my neighbors in my community. And now, once I decided on this idea, and I was hard set because, wow, that was a good idea, Dr. Bill advised me to make a chart. And so he told me to write on this whiteboard, and that I did. I wrote pros and cons, potential outcomes, basically the whole 9 yards. I got everything down and a whole sustainable rough draft, and this was that result. I finally made a full finalized plan, and this was it. Well, create game plan, we just did that. Look for donors. I was going to look for donors in my community by emailing the 90 residents with solar panels on the roofs in Kukia. Then I was going to find a donator who is willing to donate solar panels. I will then acquire these panels somehow, find a recipient, install the panels, and, profit. Now it's time to act, or as, into action as you can get with a teenager. This in the business is called foreshadowing. Now, excuse the pixelated images, but this is where I'm from. This is my community. Now, the benefit of this community is that there is lots of wealthy people with old model solar panels that can be replaced with these newer, higher generation solar panels. Now, all I had to do is find one out of the 90 homes that are willing to donate their old solar panels. This is where the Hartman family comes in. Now, I was emailing around, and I was directed by Kukio staff to the Hartman family. Needed to get rid of these solar panels, or she was just going to throw them away. So, as I saw the opportunity, I immediately hopped on it and said we would take anything you'd give us. That is when we received, on November 18th, 64 solar panels and racks and inverters. Now, cut to first semester finals. I get woken up at 9 in the morning, right before an exam, by Mr. McKenna telling me that he needs to be let in at the front gate of my community. Now, me being a responsible teenager, I completely forgot to call the gate and let him in. But we got in, and for the next 2 hours, we lifted and placed solar panels on the back of his pickup truck, and he drove them to HPA. In total, we received 64 solar panels and inverters and racks. This was a huge donation at the time, and I was extremely proud of myself because I didn't think I was going to be able to pull something like this off. But then, out of nowhere, during winter break, HPA received another anonymous donation of 22 solar panels, of course, inverters and the racks, but this time it came with combiner boxes, which we were missing. Then, Mr. McKenna graciously donated these solar panels to my project. So now we have a total of 86 solar panels, racks, and inverters, and 2 combiner boxes. So just in case anyone wasn't listening, I have basically created a sustainable plan to consistently donate solar panels. I have also received 86 solar panels in total, as well, of course, I'm going to say this again, racks, inverters, and a combiner box or 2. However, 2 combiner boxes is not enough, and we will need just a few more. Remember when I said foreshadowing about that being a teenager bit? Well, turns out I'm not impervious, and, well, I stalled. I stalled a lot. I stalled for a couple months, barely getting any work done, and this was truly the hardest part of my whole capstone project. Because after I received the solar panels, the flame kind of died out. So, sadly, because of those months missed, I will not be able to finish this project. But I hope at some point, some student will pick up my mantle and finish what I started. So, student that has picked up my work, I saved you about 15 minutes of work setting up a game plan. So, yeah, you can thank me later. First, here's the 5-step plan you have to roughly follow. So, getting combiner boxes and any other electronic needed to install. We need those so that we can connect all the solar panels and inverters up to the main power grid. We will need to contact an installation company. There are a few Hawaiian solar panel installation companies on island that you can contact. Now, the plan was to install them on the student union as it has the adequate roof space for all the solar panels. However, it's your choice wherever you think it's best to fit them. And hopefully, after you install these solar panels, you can acquire more solar panels and hopefully repeat the whole process. Now, overall, I created a sustainable plan that potential nonprofits could use in the future. As well, I found a potential donator for my project, the Hartman family. I have received donations of 86 solar panels, inverters, racks, and 2 combiner boxes. I created a plan for future students to take up my mantle and finish the project. And hopefully, someday, a student will finally install those solar panels and maybe do more than I ever could. I want to thank 3 people that I couldn't do this project without. Dr. Bill, thank you for the idea. Absolutely brilliant. Dr. R, thank you for keeping me on track and giving me all the tips and tricks with delivering and maintaining my capstone project. And Mr. McKenna, listen, I tried to find a photo and I could not find it. Thank you for giving me all this information on solar panels, inverters, what they do, how to install them, and of course helping me carry solar panels for 2 hours at the break of dawn. And with that has been my capstone project. Thank you very much.
All right, Riley, thank you.
Hello.
And we're going to let Dr. R kick off the questions.
Yeah, thank you, Riley. It's fascinating. There's like a deep level of innovation. I feel like you found a potential future issue that nobody's really thought about yet. Like what's going to happen? Solar panels are still early enough that, 5, 10, 15, 20 years, there's going to be all these panels people are phasing out, or they're just going to go in landfills. That would be like the worst possible issue. Now, I'd like you to talk a little bit about an initial direction you had, which you didn't really go in, which was instead of bringing the panels to HPA to maybe try and look for ways in which you could have them installed on affordable housing, sort of be a middleman between like people donating their panels and I guess the service for affordable housing. What were some of the stumbling blocks to trying to pursue that direction?
Yeah, well, before realism kicked in, I was like, let's get the solar panels that people aren't using anymore because they're better than going in landfills because they're toxic when they break down, and give them to people who really need it, probably in Waimea or Kona. I was always going to bring him to HPA, while I was waiting to give him to a family. But the more I talked about it with Mr. McKenna and you, I was like, yeah, probably the best first place to put it would be HPA as a starting thing. Yeah.
Why was that? What were you trying to accomplish by having those first installations here? What were you trying to show?
I mean, I know HPA can always use the solar panels, and it would help. It would help the community either way, but I feel like HPA would have been a good starting ground because, I know everyone here. I'm part of the community. It'd be a lot easier than going to someone's house and it's their property, right? And they don't know me, and trying to coordinate them installing solar panels on their house.
I also feel like installation. That turned out to be a huge issue for you, and just trying to figure out that piece. I mean, I think at one point we talked a little bit about Habitat for Humanity. Could you hook up with them? Give them an additional option, but it seemed like those were tricky directions to pursue.
All right, we can always open it up to questions. Oh, we've got one over here on the side.
I really liked your presentation. Great way of finding humor in not being able to complete your whole project. But I think you kind of sold yourself short. It's super hard to find panels and stuff like that. So the fact that you found those for a future generation student is pretty amazing, because in AP Environmental Studies and stuff, we always talked about putting solar panels on classrooms. So for the juniors in the room, seriously take advantage of that. I also built a gazebo in the garden. If anyone wants to put solar panels on that, a bit of promo. It's a great option for a capstone. As far as you thinking about the legacy process, have you reached out to any students in any of Dr. Bill's other classes, or just people you've talked to at lunch? Have you seen a lot of interest in continuing your project?
Well, I've asked a couple students, and they said no. But you know what? I'm sure there's one as bright as me that can take on this project.
Thank you, Riley, for sharing your process. My question is, can you tell me a little bit about the life cycle of these solar panels and the reason with which they're being removed from houses, and how long they can still be used and their efficiency when put into a second home or onto HPA's property?
Well, solar panels last for decades, at least the good ones do. And the solar panels these people have usually tend to be the good ones, or were the good ones. They're made well. Anything's better than throwing it away. Always reusing something's better. And
why are people replacing them?
People replace these because these solar panels, I think the ones I got were 10, 12 years old. They replace them because, it's obvious to see that the energy decline, the amount of energy you get declines over time. I don't know what made these people. I didn't really ask, but they usually take them down. I don't have to take them down. They usually just have them waiting somewhere. They're about to throw them away. So it saves me the time of uninstalling them and bringing it down. And instead I just have to pick them up and bring them to HPA, and then install them and all that other stuff.
All right, we've got another question on the far side.
Great presentation. Through your research, do you have a cost estimate for how much it would cost to install and get the remaining materials? Or would that be on donation?
What research? No, I'm kidding. I didn't, like I said, I stalled a lot and I really messed up, but I'm sure installing it wouldn't be cheap, because it's not just the combiner boxes we need. It's
all the wiring. You need to wire it into the, and you know, I said we had the racks installed, but now that I think about it, I don't think we had the racks. I think they like disappeared somewhere along the way. The rack goblin took them or something. But it would cost like a pretty penny. I don't know.
We'll talk a little bit about the process of installing it. It turns out installing solar panels is not very expensive. But what are the steps involved, and why was it something that ended up taking, or even if we had started after the first donation, that putting solar panels on HPA property wouldn't have been achieved before you graduated? Like, what were those steps that we had talked about?
Sorry, what was that question? I'm very nervous.
It's okay. Describe the steps kind of leading up to the installation that we'd have to go through at HPA or at somebody else's home to get new panels or get panels installed, regardless of the cost. Why?
Okay. Well, me and Mr. McKenna, we went and looked at the student union, and he brought me down to like the bowels of the student union where they have like all the electronics and stuff. And we talked about how first, all right, so we would have to get the solar panels, and then we would, once we get the solar panels, let's say we have all the required materials. First, we would need to install them on the roof, and then we would need to put a breaker box and down where the lower part of the student union, it's like that little like dirt spot, I don't know. And then we would attach the solar panels to the inverters, and then those inverters would attach to the combiner boxes, which would turn it, into DC, back into DC after it's AC. And then from there, it would connect to the main power grid where it would power HPA, and then the excess electricity, if there isn't, would go into the community, and then HPA would be paid for that excess electricity. Did I answer your question?
Kind of. That was
kind of.
It was all right. I think just to help you out, the big holdup that we talked about was that we need an electrician to certify all of our drawings and permits before we can go. And unfortunately, in a senior project like this, that timeline is about 8 months. And you know, you did this incredible job getting all these panels at the end of November, and we, like you said, I woke you up on that exam morning. You're welcome, by the way. And you helped me load up these panels and bring them to campus. But so 8 months from now is still like in the summer before we actually would be able to physically do the installation. So thank you. I think this is such a cool project, and like Dr. R said at the beginning, it's kind of like this Robin Hood of solar panels, right? You're taking these leftover, discarded panels and trying to find places to...
That's what I should have named my project. My project name sucked.
It's super inspiring that you've taken on this, and we're super insightful to think, how can we use this? So thank you for this work, and thank you for this presentation.
All right.
No, go sit back down. All right, so that wraps up this first session today. Thank you, audience, for being part of this, and enjoy the rest of the day. Online audience will be signing back on at 12:25. Testing. Oh, here we are. We are live. All right, welcome everyone in the audience. This is great. We're going to be connecting to the YouTube Live in just a second. We're good. Welcome everybody. We are live and about to start our second session of today, but our sixth section overall for this year's senior showcase. So this session we have a little combo group. We've got a couple of students from Mixed Lives, Social Justice and Strategic Organization Capstone, as well as some students from Dr. Bill's Humans and Technology Capstone. So the way this is going to work, each of these students has prepared a video, and we'll watch that first, and then we'll go into a live Q&A session. So if you're joining us online, use the chat. Otherwise, here we've got a microphone. So just put up your hand nice and big, help Mixly or whoever's working around with the mic to find you and your question. And then we'll let whoever's here sitting with me answer those questions, and then we'll keep it going through the rest of the session. So thank you all for being here. This is really exciting. And up first, we've got Gino, and we'll cue up his video right away.
Hi, my name is Gino Guerrero, and I'm in the Social Justice and Strategic Organization Capstone. My project is a teaching toolbox that works on classroom inequalities. It guides teachers to teach in a way which is more comforting for both the students and teachers. At HVA, there are large disparities in our classrooms. Some of these disparities include learning ability, attention from teachers, diversity, and many more. I want to help the students as well as the teachers within the classrooms and get them to be more comfortable around each other, which then leads to more success from the students and teachers. In my experience, the more comfortable I am with the class and teachers overall, the more I feel motivated to complete my work and do well. The way I found the idea for my project started off with me wanting to help quiet students like me in a classroom. I researched a lot about how schools' power systems worked, how a student or students can gain power in a classroom, how students can feel more comfortable, and so on. The main point I found in my research was that comfortability leads to a higher chance of speaking up and success in a classroom. I originally wanted to create a Google form for teachers to send out to their students, which they would fill out as feedback for the teachers. I then realized after my interview with Dr. Cole that this idea was very restricting and lots of the responses would be biased. My talk with Dr. Cole then led me to realize that instead of only having the students reach out to teachers, why not have the teachers also reach out to the students? This would lead to a then more comfortable environment and therefore success. This then sparked an idea in me that I could create a toolbox for teachers which would help the students feel more comfortable, but also help teachers learn more about their students and be able to teach them in a way that was more comforting. In order for me to do this, I needed information on what students want in classrooms and what they don't want. I went in and observed many different classrooms from multiple departments, including math, English, and modern language. These observations were very helpful as I was able to get lots of notes from these classes. They gave me loads of experience on how teachers teach, and also being able to observe the students' reaction helped as I could see what they liked and what they didn't. I then conducted a couple of student interviews and sent out a survey to all of the students in the classes I observed. I got many results back, and these also helped as I could see what the students were thinking and put it down on paper. In addition to all my other research, I then had my conference at SDLC, which stands for Student Diversity Leadership Conference. I've attended this conference twice, once in 2021 and once this past winter. Some of the big takeaways I got from the conference were things such as the cycle of oppression and how we can confront oppression using the 5 Ds. The cycle of oppression consists of 6 elements. It starts off with the fear of difference, which is where one encounters something that they haven't before. The second element is stereotyping. This is information one has gotten from others and is typically less knowledgeable information. The third element is prejudice, where one decides whether they like something or not as soon as they decide what it is. The fourth element is discrimination, which ties into prejudice and is when someone believes that something is right or not and sticks with it. The fifth element is institutional oppression, which is where bigger systems such as schools change because a large majority of the population has the same idea. The last element is internalized oppression, where prejudice in all of society builds up and makes individuals believe that they are a certain way. The 5 Ds are meant for people who are bystanders in a situation and give options on how one should intervene. The first one is distract, where one should create a distraction that can calm down the situation. Next is delegate, where one can look for a person of higher authority and ask them to help calm down the situation. The third option is to document the situation and then refer it to someone else later on. The fourth option is to directly intervene in the situation and stop it where it is. The final option is delay, where one can check up on the person after the situation has calmed down on its own. All of my knowledge and research at SDLC has helped me create my final project, which is a document that is meant for teachers. I use the cycle of oppression in my teaching toolbox by implementing ways this can be avoided. I have also implemented the 5 Ds into my toolbox by mentioning how one can resist classroom arguments. Overall, this toolbox helps teachers learn more about their students and how they think, as well as helps students become more comfortable in a classroom. A big part in creating the teaching toolbox was student surveys and interviews. This helped me because it gave a perspective on the student side, as I already had a perspective on the teaching side. One student I interviewed said, "I do feel comfortable in their class because they are so genuine. They talk to us like real people, not like kids who need to be scolded. It makes me feel like I can ask any questions. They also let us be in their classroom before class to talk or even study, even if it isn't related to the class, so we end up having meaningful conversations." There were many things that I had learned in the process of creating and doing my capstone project. A big thing this capstone taught me is scheduling. This was challenging for my project as some of my free periods did not align with the teachers and I had to reschedule some of my classes. Another big setback I came across was not being able to observe the science or history departments. This meant I had to reach out to teachers individually and research more about these departments. Another thing I came across, which I thought was interesting, is how students have certain reactions to things when they are comfortable or uncomfortable. This is really helpful to me, as I can see what is effective for a student or not. I could also see the whole class reaction and the teacher's reactions. All of this together helped me create my teaching toolbox. I hope that teachers will be able to refer to this toolbox in the future when they feel classrooms are not as comfortable as they hope them to be, and students are not learning as well as they should be. I also hope for future capstone students to continue to work on this project and make it much more useful for teachers and students. This is a good start, and I feel this could become lots more help for future teachers and students. To complete this project, I want to show appreciation to all of the teachers whose classes I observed, and they are Miss Inova, Miss Cassis, Miss Cam, and Mr. Quayle. I also want to thank my capstone teacher, Mick Sly, for all the support they have given me through my capstone journey, and Dr. Cole, who helped me find a path through my project.
Awesome job, Gino. We're going to let McSly start us off.
Hi, Gino.
Hi.
Congratulations on finishing your capstone project. I know through this journey you've discovered a lot about how classrooms work and the way that different students learn. I was wondering about what you discovered about the way that you learn yourself and how that might help you in your studies as you continue beyond HPA.
That's a really good question. I feel like it's definitely helped me in a way which I can be more aware of bias in classrooms and inequalities and stuff like that, and I can I guess stand up for myself in a way which helps out not only me but also the students around me.
Thank you.
Gino, you went to the Student Diversity Leadership Conference twice, and that had a big effect on your capstone. Can you talk about how it shaped you as a student outside of capstone as well?
I feel like a big part of the Student Diversity Leadership Conference is the other peers who were there with me. For the past 2 years, the people who attended this conference have been really supportive and like knowledgeable of this topic, and like you can just see like a really big change in between like the beginning of going into the conference thinking you know something, but then after you're like, did I really know that? Like it's really I could say life-changing. Yeah.
Who should go to that conference?
I feel like if you want to like, just people who want to like put change into their community, that's definitely a thing they should go to.
Great. Like we said earlier, there are questions can come from the audience. Just put up your hand and we'll jump at it. Oh, and we've got one right in the front.
Hi, Gino. So I'm someone who attended SDLC with you this last year, and first, congratulations, because I saw this project in its early workings and we talked about it, and I really love what it's turned into. But the 5Ds specifically was something that we learned this past year. Did you know when we were learning them that was something that you wanted to implement, or was that kind of something that you decided on later?
I kind of decided on it like after reviewing my notes and like looking more into like what I want to put into my presentation. It was like a big part. Like I kind of realized like this is going to be a really important part of my capstone, and like it'll help out classrooms for sure.
Oh, okay. This is more of like a broader question, but what inspired you to research about this?
I think my old advisor, Mr. Shorn, he's not with us anymore, but he was the old capstone, I guess, leader. Mr. McKenna replaced him, and he like kind of inspired me to go into SDLC and like get into this kind of work. He's been a really big help.
Hi, Gino. It was actually great to work with you through SDLC. I know you've grown tremendously, and if you could give one tip to the teachers here at HPA in terms of their approach to diversity, inclusivity in the classroom specifically, what would that one tip be?
It's kind of really hard to find one tip, but if I were to choose something, it'd definitely be just go into the class open-minded, like get feedback from the students and like be able to like take that feedback on your own. I think that's a big part in our classrooms.
Gino, in part of your presentation, you talked about that comfort in the class, and that certain teachers do exemplary work, let's say, in creating a culture where that comfort is available, but it might not be for every student. So what would you say to a student who has certain kids who are very comfortable and others who are still figuring it out? What would you say to them?
I feel like the students who like want to get more comfortable, it's definitely hard to like reach out to the teacher, but I'd say reach out. And
you mean reach out to the students or the student?
It goes both ways, I think.
Okay.
And that's what this toolbox is going to help for, like trying to make it go both ways.
Great.
Hi. So my question was that did you find something like that teachers did that was common throughout all the classes that just didn't really work, or?
There's not one specific thing that didn't really work, but I'd say like there's a lot of disregard for the quiet students. Like I feel like some teachers expect students to just speak up on their own, but.
Great. Well, Gino, this is great, and I'm super excited to have this for our teachers so that we can make HPA a more inclusive and create a culture of inclusivity in our classrooms. So thank you so much. What a great project. All right, up next we have Natalie Macy. All right, we'll cue up the video, and here we go.
Hi, my name is Natalie Macy, and I'm in the Capstone Social Justice and Strategic Organization, and this is my capstone project. When I first started Capstone, I didn't really know what I wanted to do. It took me a while to figure out what exactly it meant to be in a social justice capstone. What project could I do that involves social justice? I started thinking about the things I want to change. I thought a lot about what I'm passionate about also, and I had my first idea. I love animals very much. I decided that I wanted to do something that involved animals and helping them. I thought about helping out our local animal shelter by getting them supplies and helping with fundraising. However, after talking with Mick Sly, my capstone teacher, we came to the conclusion that that wouldn't be my project. That would be me helping out with someone else's project. So I went back to the drawing board and came up with the idea of possibly creating an off-leash dog park in Waimea. But after doing some research, I found out that the parks in Waimea are dog-friendly and it's also difficult to get a permit to be able to make a park. So I was back at square one. What did I want to do? I had to find another thing I'm passionate about. I thought about my time at HPA and what I noticed throughout my 13 years here. It took me a while to figure out what I noticed, but I finally pinpointed it down to inequalities. I had noticed them throughout my years at HPA, and there was never anything done about them, and no one ever talked about them. I also knew I wasn't the only one who had experienced inequalities. After talking with friends, I got an idea of some inequalities that everyone was experiencing. I expanded my project and asked the whole high school what inequalities they noticed and if they ever told anyone about them. The main inequalities were gender, social class, meaning someone in a varsity sport versus a co-curricular, and economic differences. But I also realized something with my results. Only 2 people who took my survey said they reported the inequalities they had seen or experienced. That got me thinking, where could someone report issues? I didn't even know in the beginning. Once again, I changed my idea. I was going to figure out where I was supposed to report, and I wanted to teach the high school students how to use this way of reporting to help them feel comfortable with it. I found out our school uses Save to Speak Up. I didn't know how to use it or even how to log in at first. I needed to find these things out. I figured once I learned it, I could teach it. Then hopefully people would report the issues they see at HPA. I quickly realized I didn't know a whole lot about Save to Speak Up. I knew you could report on it, and that was it. But I didn't know how to log in, how to report once logged in, what happens after you report, who a report goes to, or if it could do anything else besides reporting. I needed to know everything about this app if I wanted to teach others about it. After talking with Mick Sly, I found out I needed to talk with Mr. Natzel. I first talked with Mr. Natzel about Safe to Speak Up and how it works. I found out that the app isn't just for reporting. Whoever uses the app also can get alerts about possible things happening on campus or on island. I first needed to know how to sign in, then learn how it works, make a presentation, then share that presentation with the high school students. But turns out signing in to Safe to Speak Up was possibly the most difficult part of my project, because how to log in wasn't written anywhere and it was never told to us in an email. So I needed to figure out how to sign in. However, even once I found out how to sign in, the way I was given didn't work. I was stuck for a while because this issue needed to be fixed. How could I know about the app if I couldn't even get into it? But after a few weeks, I was finally in. Next, I needed to know more about Safe to Speak Up. I soon learned that Safe to Speak Up has many categories of reporting: bullying, weapons on campus, harm to self or others, and substance use. I also learned that if you have Safe to Speak Up, you can be alerted about things happening on campus. For example, if we're having a fire drill, or if there's an intruder on campus, you can be notified of it. Also, during those times, you can use the app to check in with and let Mr. Natzel know that you're safe, or if you're not safe, you can say where you are. All of this was amazing, but there was one thing we were supposed to have that we didn't. It was an immediate assist button. This button, when pushed, would alert Mr. Natzel immediately and send your GPS location to him as well. Getting this button was very important to me because it would be very helpful, especially in a very serious situation like life or death. It took a while and a little bit of fighting, but we ended up getting the immediate assist button in the end. Once I knew all I needed to know, I got started on the presentation that would explain everything about Safe to Speak Up. I wanted my end product to be this presentation on Safe to Speak Up. The presentation would have all the details I had learned about Safe to Speak Up. After my presentation was finished, I sent it to the high school students. My hope was that most, if not all, the high school students logged in to Safe to Speak Up. So far, my project has worked well. Students have downloaded Safe to Speak Up and can use it. However, my project expanded in ways I didn't expect. It became a possibility that if students had Safe to Speak Up downloaded, then we could end the morning check-ins at Student Life. Then it expanded even further with Crisis Go, the company that owns Safe to Speak Up, wanting my video to show other schools to explain Safe to Speak Up and show them how it works. Then it went even further with our senior Slack this year involving Safe to Speak Up, that if the seniors have it, they can leave campus during lunch or their off periods and no longer have to check in at Student Life. Even though my project seemed to have been good, I wanted feedback from students who watched my video. because they would be the ones using the app the most. The feedback I got was almost all positive. Most said that the video made sense and really helped them understand Safe to Speak Up better. The only thing that seemed to be wrong was that the video was a bit long, but I felt the length was needed to fully explain how Safe to Speak Up worked and what it could do. My future plan for this project is having it be sent or shown to the high school students every year in the future so that students will understand Safe to Speak Up and download it. I'm assuming this could be sent in an email or shown at the first assembly of the school year. Thank you for listening to my presentation. Now I'll open it up to questions.
Hi, Natalie.
Hi.
You had kind of some surprises along your journey. What surprised you around your own learning throughout this? What skills did you develop?
So for me, I think a skill I really developed was having better time management, because throughout the project I wanted to delay things and I felt I rushed myself to complete certain parts. So I think, but towards the end, I think I got better with my time management, and I also got better with communication and working with people who I didn't usually work with, like Mr. Natzel.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think one of the most exciting things was the collaboration that we were able to do with this project, starting with Mr. Natzel, but then working with like an app development company. Talk about that experience.
So for that part, I didn't really work with Crisis Go. It was just one morning during check-in, Mr. Natzel informed me that Crisis Go had told him or asked permission to use the video to show the other schools, and I of course gave permission because I thought that was super cool that a big company like that actually liked my video so much that they wanted to share it.
That's great.
I've got a follow-up for that though. Natalie, you did have a moment around that fast alert button. Can you talk to us about that when working with that developer?
So that point was actually pretty difficult because after talking to Mr. Natzel about the button, we were both like, yes, we really want this button. And then when he told the company, can we get this? They at first said no, but then we really pushed and were saying, we really want this button.
The column is the channel type, which corresponds to one of the headset's 32 channels.
My original idea was to work with the local Waimea Hospice and the Queens North Hawai'i Community Hospital to test patients. I wanted to study emotion intensity levels of patients of various communicative abilities, including those with aphasia, categorized by a loss of ability to understand or express speech caused by brain damage, dementia, the loss of the ability to think, remember, and reason, and unresponsive wakefulness syndrome, also known as UWS, which can result from a traumatic brain injury, causing the brain to pause between sleep and wakefulness, meaning that a person has a functioning brainstem, but seemingly no cognitive function. So when a person is awake, but shows no signs of awareness. I wanted to test the viability of using an EEG for communication to make sure residents were comfortable and had at the very least a small amount of control over their communication. I wanted to do this by using a Motive Pro, like in the photo on the left, to see if reactions are positive or negative by observing, specifically focusing on stress and relaxation levels for feedback. However, because of COVID, this was not possible and I had to pivot my project.
Brainwaves to apples. Now this may seem like an odd comparison, but an apple is actually akin to a brain in a lot of different ways. The apple flesh is like the cerebral cortex, which is the thin layer of the brain that covers the outer portion of the cerebrum, which is the largest part of the brain seen in the picture right here. So when an apple is dropped, the interior flesh becomes damaged and bruised at the point of impact, although there may be no exterior damage. Likewise, when physical trauma occurs to the human head, cerebral cells are slammed into the skull, causing rapid cell death at the point of impact, or a traumatic brain injury, TBI. And when an apple gets old and starts to rot, this is akin to the effect of neurodegenerative diseases on the brain and a decrease in cognition. So I wanted to study how different brain regions work together and how the loss of one specific brain region could affect others. This is a channel chart for an EEG. So each channel on the EEG can align with each of these spaces, and so I can focus in on specific brain regions depending on what I'm studying. The cerebral cortex is broken into 4 main areas. The first is the frontal lobe, which is important for voluntary movement,
expressive language, and for managing higher executive functions. The parietal lobe is vital for sensory perception and integration, including taste, hearing, sight, smell, and touch. The occipital lobe receives sensory information, including color, form, motion, and other visual perceptions. The temporal lobe is important in understanding language, memory acquisition, facial recognition, object recognition, perception, and processing of auditory information. Using Emotive Pro to view specific amplitude for the channels present in one of the 4 lobes, I can see how much of these brain areas are affected and then compare my results to what is normal or average for the person's gender, age, and other factors to see the level of function present. Here's an example of what one such test looks like. Here, Lily is my participant, and I'm filling up each of the channels with electrode gel to make sure their connectivity stays strong. I wanted to create an easily accessible resource, which is why I decided on creating a website with Lily Cassis. One of my biggest goals with my Capstone project was to leave behind a resource that other students could use for their own EEG headset experiments. And I wanted the website to be a viable resource for anyone of any ability who's interested in researching with EEG headsets. The website starts off with a baseline of information, and if you want to learn more about something, for example, the differences in EEG headsets available at the Energy Lab, you click on the button below. So if you would like even more in-detail information, you can click on the link to a doc with even more specifics and even links to references if the Google Doc is not enough information. After conducting the experiments, looking at the specific brain regions among my classmates, my parents, and other volunteers, I found that it is hard to maintain full headset connectivity without other Bluetooth signals interrupting the test. I am also a beginner in the field and I am learning through my experiments, so my lack of knowledge limits me. If you would like to see the EEG waves and what the brain regions look like working in real time, the results are on my website. Instead of a product, my capstone was focused on building my understanding of how the brain works, using an EEG headset for neuroimaging and looking at specific brain regions to see if normal brain function is occurring. As a cognitive science major in college, I'm excited to continue with EEG experiments and other cognition-focused projects. Thank you so much for listening.
All right, Ryan, that was a super cool project. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this is something that you started probably your sophomore year in ISR?
So I actually wasn't introduced to it until the beginning of junior year at ISR, where the headset actually arrived in the mail, and Dr. Bill was like, do you want to open this up? And it was all new at the time, so I started from the beginning.
That's great. And we have a couple different versions of these headsets. What were the limitations, and then how did you kind of work to find equipment that was helped to support this test?
So one of the biggest limitations with the headsets is money available to use them as resources because they get pretty pricey. So I started with the Motive Epoch Flex headset, which has 16 channels. So the more channels there are, the better the spatial density, and so the higher the resolution and the more finite details you can look at. So the more specific you can get in your experiment. So after we sort of realized that the 16-channel EEG wasn't enough, we actually got a grant for a 32-channel EEG and then moved to that headset. And then that's been really helpful, and that's what I've been doing my project with.
Right, and you were part of writing that grant.
Yeah, I was. I wrote an email to a company, and they gave us a large discount, and then there was also a benefactor for the E-Lab.
Right. Are there any audience questions? Oh, over here, right here.
Hi, Ryan. Is there anything in particular that inspired you to study the brain, or is it just something that you kind of happened upon in the E-Lab?
Hi, Brianna. Thank you for your question. Well, it started with, I was just sort of in the right place at the right time, I think. But as I started, I sort of got more and more into it. And my mom's a pediatrician, so it was really cool to go home and sort of talk to her about some things. But it's just such a wide field, and it's growing so much right now. And I just found a passion in it.
Great. I think there was another one in the back. But Dr. Bill has a question. He says, congratulations. With all the greater resources available at university, where you'll be going next year, what do you dream of doing next?
You know, I would love to learn how to use a fMRI to conduct tests. I think that'd be really cool. There's this thing called a Tesla MRI, which the school I'm going to, Berkeley, has access to, and so you can conduct things on just such a higher level. And I'd love to join research projects because, as I stated in my video, one of my limiting factors is my knowledge. I don't know that much, and I do have resources to conduct experiments, but you also need to have that learning, so I'm excited to learn about all the fundamentals behind this.
Great.
Great presentation, Ryan. If you had more time this year, is there any other experiments you would want to run with EEG?
Thank you for your question. I think I would love to continue and try to run the emotion intensity level experiment. I was really interested in that. I also recently stumbled across a PubMed article about using EEG to look at learning in younger kids and development, and I think that'd be really interesting to study too.
Oh, we got a question up here.
Hey Ryan, so say like coming up juniors or even sophomores, if they want to do like EEG work, what would you advise them to do with the headsets?
I would advise them to go talk to Dr. Bill because he is an amazing resource. Also, thank you for your question, Jerry. And I would say to go to the website that Lily and I have to sort of see the basics and see if it interests you. There's a lot of different links to resources we've created and also different projects and things going on sort of in the EEG electroencephalogram world right now.
Well, and where does somebody find your website?
You can find my website. There's a link to it on my Capstone page, but I can put out a link too.
Perfect. We'll find a way to make that really available to everyone. Awesome. Well, Ryan, great job on this project. Super fascinating stuff with the EEG headset. And thanks for creating a legacy for all these other students to follow in your footsteps.
Thank you so much.
Great job. All right, now we're going to invite Matt Wicking up onto the stage.
My name is Matthew Wicking, and my senior capstone project is the Hydropod. So to start off my project, I want to talk about why I'm doing this. So when we grow food in Hawaii or when we eat food in Hawaii, there's typically a lot of problems associated with how we do this. So for one, we have food miles, which is essentially the amount of resources required to get our food from point A to point B before we can actually consume it. By decreasing this, we take a lot of strain off of the environment, and we can also save a lot of resources by doing so. Another thing we have to deal with is rat lungworm, which is a disease spread by snails, typically on lettuce, which we grow locally in the community, which affects local farmers, along with people who just enjoy food in this community. Along with this, water conservation is typically very important when it comes to farming and saving as much water as possible. Another thing in this community is learning how to farm and how many people actually understand how to farm and grow food on their own and be self-sufficient. So my first product idea is this thing called the Hydropod, which is essentially a movable hydroponic system. And as you can see, this is the first drawing I ever made of it. So it basically consists of a hydroponic setup inside of PVC and wood covered by plexiglass on 4 wheels, so I can move it around wherever I want to. So I'm going to step back for a second and kind of talk about what hydroponics actually is. So hydroponics is essentially the practice of growing plants without soil. Hydroponics also is very different from traditional growing, as it uses a lot less water, has higher crop yields, and also has faster growing times, which is typically 30 to 50%. It is also typically bug-proof because it's in actual containers and it is an entire system, so it's not like a garden. So I want to back up and kind of talk about why I'm personally doing this project. So I've been gardening for a while now on my own. I've been doing traditional gardening though, and I've ran into a lot of problems while doing this, typically bugs eating my food and trying to be safe about rat lungworm while I still want to eat my food. And also I've been very interested in technology ever since I was young, so I wanted to find a way to combine these two elements and create something really good. So I separated my project into 3 different stages. So I have my first stage, which is planning, which is basically revolves around gathering supplies and making a blueprint for my actual hydropod. And then I had a building stage, which is where I actually build it myself. And then I have a growing stage where I plant seedlings and grow lettuce as a testing plant, which would be my first run. So to break down the planning stage, I originally had to theorize it, and I remembered how I wanted to create a movable hydroponic system. I also wanted the system to have a good ROI, or return on investment, which basically means the amount of money I put into it initially, I would make back from the amount of plants that I planted with it and then sold or gave away or just became self-sufficient from it. I also wanted to have it positioned so it got the right amount of sun during the day. The next step was blueprinting, and this was essentially finding out the dimensions of how big I actually wanted this thing to be. I originally was thinking of having it a square, but I decided that a rectangle would be better. And as I showed before, I wanted it to be movable, and I wanted it to be made out of PVC and wood. The final part of this stage was essentially getting the technical aspects down and making sure that I had everything tuned properly and that I was budgeting so I didn't spend too much money on this, because the whole point of this project is to be replaceable and possible for most people to build on their own by using scrap products or leftover wood or anything else they could save money with. I also wanted to time plan efficiently, because with Capstone we have a limited amount of time to actually build this thing, so I had to get that all straight. So with the construction, I first started off with getting the materials, which I got from Home Depot, and I had to make sure that I got these all time efficiently, so I went down in a day, got everything I needed, and I also used leftover parts from my house like wood and stuff I had lying outside, so I could basically save as much money as possible but still have an efficient system. For the building, I started off with building the frame, which is made out of PVC and some out of wood, and then I moved on to the roof, which is basically used to protect it from bugs and also make sure that sun gets through effectively. And along with this, I built the main system, which was the irrigation system, which is how water and nutrients were released to the plants in the middle. Final touches involved wheels, which I originally wanted it to have. I also painted it to make it look nice, and I added a fan to adjust the temperature and make sure that any time of the day, if it got too hot, it would auto adjust the temperature, and I automated it so whenever it got above a certain amount of degrees, it would automatically turn the fan on. So finally I got to the growing stage, and I had to consider a bunch of different variables when doing this, because I had to make sure that the plants got exactly what they needed. So I started off with dealing with sunlight. So as I said before, I made sure that the top of the product was made out of plexiglass, so sun could come through at any time of the day, but it also prevented bugs from getting through. I also did this using netting, so it would cover the sides, so sunlight could come through the sides of the build, but no bugs could actually get through and start eating my plants, or slugs, or any other living things. The next thing I had to consider was water, which I dealt with by having my water in a reservoir on the side in my build, and I would replace it very often to make sure that it was clean, and as I said before, it was irrigated, so it would use only the amount of water that the plants needed and then cycle back into the reservoir. It was connected by hose too, and I automated it so whenever it went below a certain level, it would automatically fill up back to what it needed to be. The next step of this phase was to deal with the nutrients and make sure that the plants got the correct amount of nutrients, and not just correct, but like the exact precise amount of nutrients. So I did this by mixing in the nutrients with the water. It would start off as a kind of physical solution. I would mix it in with more water and it would create a sort of Gatorade similar solution. It had the color of Gatorade, and I mixed it in. I made sure that the pH was balanced at 0.8 because this is ideal for growing lettuce specifically, which is my first test product. I also used a sensor to connect the pH to my phone, so I had a phone app that I could check at any time and make sure that the pH level was optimized. As you can see, this is how it started and this is how it ended. So I had 18 total, and they were each growing a different lettuce seed. I was running 2 types of lettuce, and they all grow perfectly. So with this project, I have 2 products. I have the Hydropod itself and what I actually grew within the Hydropod as a different product. So this is the Hydropod itself in its final form. This is outside of the E-Lab, and this is during a second test run where I was growing kale and lettuce instead of just lettuce to test how the pH affected it and how fast it would grow. The second final product I had was the lettuce itself. So on the left you can see me holding 2 different bushels of lettuce, and on the right you can see this is exactly what 1 lettuce seed got me. So from 1 single seed, that's the amount that was actually possible to eat. Moving forward from this, I'm hoping that a person in the grade below me who has similar interests in technology and gardening and hydroponics can use my project and actually make it bigger and better, and hopefully intertwine it more with the community and use the lettuce that's grown in it to give it out to the community and maybe inspire more people to make their own hydroponic systems and change how we garden in Hawaii. Thank you.
Right, cool project, Matt. gardening is something that has kind of taken off during the pandemic. What was your inspiration for this project? Was it something that you wanted to do more of, or?
So, good question. So it was actually related to what you said. It was because of the pandemic. So I started gardening because I was bored in the pandemic, and it was fun, but I couldn't actually eat what I made because it was outside and there was slugs and bugs. So I wanted to move forward from this and kind of evolve how I actually gardened, and that's how this whole project kind of came together.
You know, one of the things that I've heard is that working with your hands is a big part of gardening. Did you have this same experience moving out of the soil into hydroponics?
Yeah, so although I wasn't actually getting my hands dirty with soil, I got to build the actual project, which was a lot harder and a lot more fun because I was using power tools and stuff and a bunch of heavy equipment and stuff, so it was pretty fun.
That's great. Dr. Bill just chimed in. He said, how would you dream up a business around this idea?
So there's two ways you could go about doing this. You could either sell the actual stuff you make, like lettuce or whatever, or you could build pre-built hydroponic systems that are smaller, and then sell them to people that they could put in their homes and basically make their own stuff, and could be small size and stuff.
Great. Audience, please remember, just throw up your hand. We've got Ms. Chickering down here who can answer some questions, or move the mic around.
How much did everything cost, and what else do you think you could grow with your project?
Thank you for your question. I saved a bunch of money from wood, because the cool thing about the project is you can just use leftover wood or anything. I decided to go with PVC for the sides, which was, if you looked, there was white walls basically that wasn't painted, so it would last a lot longer. So I think in total it cost $300-400 in total. But if you wanted to use wood, you could save you could go half of that, even less. You could build an entire system if you use leftover wood for $100.
Hi. So you were talking about how you could see selling this to families to put in their households. Do you see yourself, or maybe this project, being able to sell to companies to use on a larger scale?
Thank you for your question. I think it's kind of hard to answer that, but you could either, how do I say this? I think some bigger companies already are doing this on bigger scales, but the cool thing about hydroponics is it can work on any scale. I already know a few companies who are selling household hydroponic systems, but they do it vertically instead, and it's very cheap, and you could either have it in your house, or if you wanted to go bigger scale, you could. So it really works on any scale.
In the work that led to building and doing all this, I know there was a lot of collaboration that you did, and especially collaboration within your family. Can you talk about that dynamic and who else was involved with this project?
So another person who kind of inspired me to do this was my brother was running hydroponics at his house beforehand, but he kind of stopped doing it. So he knew a thing or two about it, so he helped me build it. And obviously I'm not super skilled with power tools, so he kind of taught me how to use them, or some of them at least, and he helped me get the basics down.
Hi, Matthew. One of the things I noticed is you talked a lot about the technology you used, which I was very impressed by. Was that something that you had developed in ISR and other aspects of your education, or did you have help with that? Because that seemed to take it to a different level, but you didn't talk a lot about that process.
Thank you for your question, Ms. White. So there was a couple aspects to it. One thing is that all the sensors and stuff that I set up in the Hydropod are live online. You can go to a certain IP address, 10.14. whatever, on the web, and you can actually view all this stuff. And that's sort of internet, networking stuff I learned outside of school, but I kind of combined that within my work in Capstone to kind of bring it all together and make it online.
So Matthew, just like Natalie, you are part of this core group that did Capstone 5th, 8th, and 12th. Tell us a little about your academic journey along this path and how Capstone has been part of it.
So thank you for your question. Each one of my Capstone projects before this all also involved technology and putting up different websites basically that hosted live information. So in my 8th grade one, I had one that was based off of CO2 in classrooms. and I had it live broadcasting to a website where the teachers could see what it was. And I kind of have a similar thing now where it's live broadcasting pH levels, EC levels, how the plants are doing, and stuff like that.
Great. Well, I think this is a cool project that really addresses a community need, but then you got to have these cool moments of collaboration with your family and with the school. So congratulations on a great project.
Thank you.
All right, and our last presenter for this session, Jeremiah Boris, come on up.
Hi, my name is Jeremiah Borsi, and I'm a senior here at HPA. My capstone is about cryptocurrency. My first idea of capstone was making a program that would buy and sell cryptocurrency, but when people would ask me about my capstone, I would just say the word cryptocurrency, and either people didn't have a clue what it was, or they were interested in cryptocurrency, but the more I talked about it, they were more confused. So the plan of making a program that buys and sells cryptocurrency was debunked because most people in Hawaii didn't know about cryptocurrency, or they didn't have a good understanding of it. This is when I drifted away from my project. So I started to do some research on some kids at school and asked them things about cryptocurrency, or how to pay for college, or how to pay taxes, or what a mortgage was, or how to pay bills, and more. And with most of the seniors heading off to college, or basically life, I was really surprised of how many people didn't know about these financial things. So I kept thinking and thinking about my project. And the biggest thought in my head was teaching kids about financial literacy. But on the other side of my head, I still wanted to teach people about cryptocurrency and keep my project within cryptocurrency. Then I thought of a project that would help people understand the basics of cryptocurrency so people can learn to invest in cryptocurrency the safe way and a smart way. But one of the biggest questions I got from most people was, how do I get started? Which they basically mean, how do I get started investing? Which gave me an idea to split the information to certain people, like, I am interested in investing in cryptocurrency, or I am already invested in cryptocurrency, or I want to know the global impact of cryptocurrency. And I tested this idea by talking to 3 different people and giving the information that they want to hear. And it worked. For example, most people in the area of I want to know the global impact of cryptocurrency know most of the cons of cryptocurrency, but not the pros of cryptocurrency. Like when I told them about renewable power being used to mine cryptocurrency, or how Bitcoin is theoretically better than the US dollar, or even how cryptocurrency is helping third world countries as we speak, it really surprised these types of people.
With the given information, I was able to make a website that splits up the information into 3 parts that matches these 3 types of people. As you can see at the home page, there are 3 topics that you can click on. The first one is, I'm already investing into cryptocurrency. If you click on this topic, it will lead you to the already invested page, which tells you one of the basic ways to lower risk and raise opportunity in investing into cryptocurrency. The second topic is, I'm interested in investing in cryptocurrency. This topic will lead you to the How Do I Start page. This page will explain how to get started with a crypto exchange like Gemini, or what cryptocurrencies you should invest in and why. The last topic is, I'm curious about the global impact of cryptocurrency. This topic will lead you to Why crypto page. This page will tell you the importance of cryptocurrency and the impact it has in the world. This page will also lead you to the crypto news page. This page tells you all about the news going around in the world that involves cryptocurrency. I made this topic at the home page to make information more viable for certain people. I tested my website on friends and family, and they said it's a good resource to get started in cryptocurrency and learn the understanding of it. These comments helped me spark some ideas on my website, as my website is the stepping stone of interest in cryptocurrency. And if there are people a little more interested in crypto, there will be additional links that will provide them more information to the given topic for a deeper dive into cryptocurrency. But this wasn't the end of my project. I wanted to teach outside of my website too, so I've been going around and offering my advice to friends and family about cryptocurrency. I would either help them invest or help them understand and learn more about cryptocurrency. I want to spread this information as much as possible because cryptocurrency is one of the biggest part of our future. Cryptocurrency is the stepping stone of Web3 too, as cryptocurrency is a decentralized currency and is a digital currency. Also, cryptocurrency uses the best transaction system in the world, which uses systems like blockchain and proof of work. You can learn more about blockchain and proof of work on my website or even on Bitcoin's white paper that can be found on my homepage of my website. Coming to the end of my presentation, my purpose is to share and teach the importance of cryptocurrency, as cryptocurrency is the future. If you have any thoughts or questions, please feel free to ask me after this presentation, or you can talk to me in person after. Thank you for watching.
Awesome work. Cryptocurrency, I think that's something that we hear a lot about. How did you get started in cryptocurrency?
I would say I got started because it was such a big thing on the internet and like on the news and social media. I'm like a really curious person, so I just wanted to do my own research and I got interested into it. That's all.
Great. Can you tell us, you talked about investing. What's the difference between investing and mining? And is that something that we need to know about?
So that's kind of like a hard topic to like keep it short, but
do your best.
Yeah. So with mining cryptocurrency, that is with the system called proof of work. So proof of work is basically proving that this is a certain coin or this is like the certain amount that you have. So like when you mine, that is basically putting in work to prove that that's yours. And investing is kind of like the same as stocks, and you're investing into the part of the coin, or you're basically buying a part of the coin or the whole coin, just like if you were to buy a share of a stock.
Gotcha. That's great. We got to go. There are probably questions, so we'll keep an eye out for them.
I'd like to ask a question before I pass the mic, and that's this, Jeremiah. You mentioned earlier in your presentation that financial literacy more broadly is a big challenge for young people these days. And I wonder, what are your thoughts on the possibility of building some more learning around financial literacy into our program, or for somebody to take that up as their capstone?
Yeah, I think financial literacy was like my first idea, honestly. And I was thinking that financial literacy is very important for like kids that are going off to college, because we need to like learn how to pay off our loans and learn how to like do these things. And I think that's a very good project for next people that are coming up. But I also wanted to keep the idea of cryptocurrency, because most adults don't even know what cryptocurrency is. So I wanted to keep it in that broad idea.
Great. Dr. Bill just posted a question to the chat. So during your research and during this project, did you notice the impact of global events on cryptocurrencies?
Yes, there are many global impacts due to cryptocurrency, like the whole Russian and Ukraine thing going on, and like China banning cryptocurrency because of their power of not being able to control it. And there's like other like things that are going on in the world that are involved with cryptocurrency, and even in the US. You can learn that on the crypto news page on my website.
Great. I was just going to ask that. Where could someone find the crypto website?
So right now, I'm still having some fine tuning of it, but if you want it right now as I speak, I can send it to you out if you want it after this presentation, or it will be posted on the Capstone website.
Great. Well, that's a great place for it. Are there other questions from our audience? Oh, those are your parents.
So Jeremiah, I have a question. You talked about China banning cryptocurrency. So what are the big banks and mainstream institutions think of cryptocurrency at this time? And the other part is, what governs or regulation the current cryptocurrency?
So I can kind of answer your first part of the question. So the biggest thing with cryptocurrency and like most governments is that cryptocurrency is decentralized, making it so no one has power over it. So no government can own cryptocurrency or own any Bitcoin. So with like recent like criminal activities, like the government has been trying to make people not either like buy or like sell cryptocurrency because they can't track it. So that's like kind of like out of like the power of the government. And what was your second question?
So what governs, what's the current regulation right now that the government has on cryptocurrency in the U.S.?
So recently, Biden, he made I think I'm not too sure because it's kind of like not too long a time ago, but I read it in the news about Biden signing an order to cryptocurrency, which basically meaning that the government can do research on it. But there are some people in the higher tops of the government that can't buy cryptocurrency just because they don't want them like owning it. I'm not too sure or like really knowledge enough about it, but I've been doing a bunch of research about it.
You said that crypto is the future for you or for us. What do you think that looks like in our lifetime?
Oh, that's a really good question. I think because cryptocurrency can be a universal currency, like say that I want to send money to someone in Africa, instead of it taking around like a week or like a couple of business days to transfer, it would only take 10 seconds. So it's basically a universal currency that anybody in the world can use. Like even say in the Philippines, there are some people using Bitcoin, or even in some other third world countries, they're using it.
How long do you think it'll take until this currency is like more focused on in our society?
That's a really good question there. I'm not really too sure because it's such a new thing and people don't really know the understanding and people are sometimes a little scared of it. But I think it should come up soon, and like with like everything going on, it can maybe help us out.
Is that our alarm? I think we've got time for one more question.
Hi, Jerry. You talked about countries being against Bitcoin and like cryptocurrency. Is it all countries, or is it like specifically like you were talking about China and Russia, who are like dictatorship countries?
So the only country that I know of right now is China. They just banned cryptocurrency. I'm not too sure the real reason why, but yeah. But actually, Russia is actually for cryptocurrency because they can help. Somehow they can help pay off U.S. sanctions that the U.S. put on them to pay those off with cryptocurrency somehow.
Well, this has been a fascinating project, and I think we've all just learned a ton. So thank you for all your research and all your work to develop this website so that people can keep learning more about cryptocurrency and see how it continues to develop as we do more with it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jerry. Yeah, so that wraps up this session. Thank you, audience, for your awesome questions and for your participation. And thank you to folks who were joining us online. Mahalo. We'll be back next period, which starts in 15 minutes. So we'll be rolling at 1:50. See you guys. All right, everyone. We're back. Welcome back online, and welcome back to our audience. We have Kane Lawson joining us for the first video. This session is going to feature 5 students from Dr. Bill's Data-Driven Entrepreneurship class, and then we've got Stephano joining us from Global Politics and Policy Implementation to wrap us up for today's session. So here's our first video.
Hello, I am Kane Lawson, and I'm meeting you guys down here on the shoreline of Pu'uko to tell you a little bit about the Clearwater project, which was my capstone project over this last year. And the reason I'm meeting you guys down here is it all started down here about 5 to 6 years ago when I really started to get big on water sports, things like surfing, spearfishing, snorkeling, things like that. And I would come down here, and through all my time diving in the area, I noticed that the water quality here was just, it wasn't really comparable with some of the spots I had visited in Kona, in Hilo, and all around the island. So I decided to look a little bit more into that, and it was during the ideation phase of my capstone project where Dr. Bill presented the sewage issue that's been plaguing this community for a while, and I saw it as something I could get behind, something I could try and change. And so I decided to pursue it as my capstone project. And before I tell you a little bit more about the issue and how I tried to fix it, why don't I meet you up in eLab where I did most of my research. When Pu'uko was first developed in the 1950s, many people decided to use cesspools as their means of sewage treatment. For those of you who don't know, a cesspool is no more than a hole in the ground where your sewage is stored until it can slowly dissipate into the surrounding soil. This is not a huge deal for most properties, but because of Pu'uko's location on the coast, these seemingly harmless cesspools can pose a huge threat to the aquatic ecosystem. Pu'uko is so close to the shoreline that during high tide, water can creep inland underground through little cracks and crevices and surround the cesspools in people's backyards. This is why you're able to see brackish water pools form in the backyards of some Pu'uko homes that seem to vanish during low tide. It is this lowering of the tide that draws the water back out to sea and the contaminants it has picked up along the way. This occurs twice a day and has been occurring every day for close to 70 years now. This nutrient-rich water can throw off the natural balance of the aquatic ecosystem and cause lasting damage to the reef. The water also carries with it many bacteria, including enterococci and E. coli, that affect both the aquatic creatures as well as humans who want to go for a swim. The people swimming in the water can suffer many ailments, including urinary tract infections, pink eye, rash, and many more dangerous sicknesses should the water be ingested. The coral, on the other hand, can also suffer sewage sicknesses, like white pox. However, the biggest threat to the reef has been PGAs. This stands for Protis lobata growth anomalies. Protis lobata being the most common coral found in Pu'uko, and these growth anomalies can prove to be fatal for entire coral colonies. When I decided to focus on this problem, Dr. Bill was able to connect me with a few people who shared this interest. He connected me with a Dr. Green of Cornell University, who's been conducting studies on Pu'uko's water quality for many years now. It was through these studies shared with me by Dr. Green that I was able to gain a better understanding of the issue and its causes. I learned more about how rain can take what was already a problem and turn it into something quite dangerous. This rainwater is absorbed by the ground, creating an imbalance in the underground water system, forcing more water into the bay, similar to what would happen as the tide lowers, except this is much worse. Dr. Green was able to record data on the bay that showed comparable numbers on the nutrient and bacteria levels in Pu'uko to that of places in Indonesia that dump raw sewage straight into the ocean. Dr. Bill also got me in contact with Andrew Castellano, a resident who took it upon himself to search for a more sustainable solution when building his home. He decided to install a 3-stage water treatment system, like the one you see here, that was able to take raw sewage and turn it into usable, nutrient-rich water. This was a far better system than cesspools and could be a real solution to this issue. I decided I would work to get these systems installed in homes in Pu'uko by both raising awareness and connecting residents with licensed contractors who could get the work done. I learned of a mandate that would be in place in 2050 that would require every home in Pu'uko to change to a more sustainable sewage treatment system. This state-run program also offered grants for those willing to finance the installation of one of these new systems. I began to research licensed contractors that would be able to conduct these projects, as well as local laws surrounding these cutting-edge systems. I was able to get in contact with the contractor who worked on Andrew's home, as well as a few others licensed for the work. I spoke to multiple experts on the topic, including a water quality specialist, Stephen Aslan, who had been working with the state for over 20 years. I was able to interview him and get some useful information on the practicality of using the wastewater these systems output to water plants in the lavish homes of Pu'uko. While the nutrient-rich water would encourage plant growth and reduce excess usage by the community, Andrew said that the water would not meet R1 or R2 standards used by the state to determine the safety of the water. I rolled with this idea for about 6 months, doing a lot of research and talking to a lot of people regarding the topic. However, on December 12th, this article was published stating a $1.5 million grant had been issued by the state of Hawaii to develop a sewage treatment plant for the Pu'uko community. This meant I would have to completely reorientate my project and the massive amounts of research I had done on it. I decided to use the knowledge I had and the data I had gathered to promote this sewage treatment plant, as it would all but eliminate the contamination of the bay. I also wanted the data I had gathered to be continued by future students in hopes to track the progress the plant made in cleaning up the bay. I created a spreadsheet of the data I had collected that a future student would have access to and could continue for many years to come. My hope was the plant would be used as an example for many other areas that were suffering the same issue and would be the start of worldwide change. I decided to get into contact with the lead professors at UH Hilo plant. I was able to connect with a Steve Colbert, one of these professors, who was able to offer valuable information on the problem, like the probability of a phase shift, which is when an ecosystem switches primary producers. The majority of the shoreline ecosystems around the island, including that of Pu'uko Bay, are coral-based communities. This means that coral is the primary producer responsible for turning the sun's energy into usable energy that would then work its way up the food chain. Steve Colbert expressed that Pu'uko could see a phase shift from coral to algae due to the excessive nutrients introduced into the ecosystem. This would see the loss of the coral, as well as all the creatures that relied on the coral for both food and shelter. I stayed in contact with Dr. Colbert and constructed an educational website that I would relay to residents and others interested in the issue. It was on the phone with Dr. Colbert near the end of the year that I was once again thrown for a loop. He explained that the recent discussions with the state saw the idea of the sewage treatment plant and the $1.5 million grant swept off the table. With only 2 months left, I had once again found myself with an outdated project and decided I would not let my research go to waste. I modified my educational website to be more centered around the sewage contamination issue itself, with Pu'uko being its primary example, as well as continued my spreadsheet on the data involving rainfall, temperature, and many other factors that can affect coral health. Now on to my final product, which turned out to be this educational website you see here, that offers summaries on studies I have read into, as well as some sources you can use to track real-time data on various factors of water quality down in Pu'uko. I used the homepage of this website to summarize the issue for those just getting started, as well as offer learners resources to explore should they want to learn more. I hope future students continue this project in hopes of seeing the change I had tried to start in Pu'uko finally completed. I hope you enjoyed my capstone presentation, and if you want to learn more on the subject, please talk to me or check out the website I have linked at the bottom of this page.
right, thank you, Kane. That was great. Learned a bunch about Puako that I didn't know. In terms of the collaboration you did, what were some of the skills that you learned or that you've acquired throughout the process of doing this capstone?
I'd say the biggest thing I learned, it was also something I struggled with quite a bit going into it, was just being persistent. A lot of the people that tried to get a hold of, a lot of them worked in the state, and like I'm sure they're getting thousands of emails a day, and I just couldn't get through to them, so I had to send them multiple emails and try to get in contact with them multiple times to finally get a meeting going. And so, yeah, I'd say that was the biggest challenge and the biggest thing I learned from that.
Great. Dr. Bill's here, and he says, how could your lessons be useful to other communities around Hawaii or around the world?
Well, that was actually a huge part of my project in like the second phase after they had just started to build where they were talking about building the sewage treatment plant. I had planned that like you could use the data gathered from Puako to be used on other spots like the one I said in Indonesia that like there's a lot of spots around the world who are using the same sewage issue. There's a lot of underdeveloped countries that are just dumping sewage straight into the ocean, and it's having huge effect on the ocean and the ecosystems in it. And my hope was that you could use the data from Puako and it would be continued by students so you could see how the plant really cleaned up the bay, and that could be used as a model for other communities.
Great. Speaking of that data, who's kind of managing it? Who has sensors out there? Who's collecting that data?
Well, that was actually a huge challenge during my project. I know Hilo has a lot of, they do a lot of research down there, but I was never able to actually get a hold of the quantitative data taken by those sensors and stuff like that. But I know Hilo and the professors there are responsible for most of it.
Oh, great. As always, audience members, if you have any questions, just put up your hand, and we've got wonderful Miss Craven down here who's going to help pass the mic around if we need. Kane, you were part of Capstone 5th grade, 8th grade, 12th grade, right? Can you talk to us a little about your academic journey and kind of how that parallels these moments in 5th, 8th, and 12th?
I would say that there's definitely an evolution you can see. I remember the 5th grade capstone being a pretty relaxed project that we kind of did in the classroom with the beehive and stuff like that. And then 8th grade was more of you got to work with some community members. I remember I worked with Dr. Syke and built a garden in her backyard and stuff like that. And then this year was like kind of like the final end point for that, and I really had to connect with a lot of people in the community and compile a lot of stuff from a lot of different sources. So there was definitely an evolution there.
Great. I think we have one audience question.
Hi, Kane. I know you asked me not to ask you a question, but too bad. How do you foresee perhaps another student in one of the lower grades taking over the project? What's the next steps you could envision if this is a legacy project?
I think it would actually be pretty easy to pick up this project. I've made a spreadsheet with a bunch of different factors that I've collected from some different studies, as well as a couple websites I could find that had like lifetime data and stuff like that. And so if anyone wanted to continue this project, they'd simply get in contact with me. I'd share all the people that I worked with, everyone who helped me out, and I'd also share the data I have and stuff like that, and the research that I have, and they would basically just need to just push it a little harder. We could have got there this year, but there was a lot of twists and turns. So if anyone wants to continue, anyone in the audience wants to continue in future years, let me know.
Because it's still a problem.
Oh, it's still a huge problem. Yeah, due to the just like the jaggedness of this year, I wasn't really able to get what I wanted done. But it's still a huge problem. There is still that mandate by 2050. They're going to have people required to have these systems in their homes, because it is getting recognized, more and more recognized by the state, that this is a serious problem, and it can hurt people. Like I said, if you ingest some of the water, you can get some serious stomach illnesses, and it could even be fatal if left untreated.
All right, Kane, thank you so much. We're going to have to end the question period now, but this was such a great project, raising awareness about the issues down in Puako and helping us learn about why it's so important. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Now we're going to welcome Andy Bruce.
Capstone's plant recognition AI. Herbicides cost money, and the only practical alternative to them is manual labor, which also costs money. In my project, I wanted to help automate the process of weed removal by helping to automate the detection step. I decided to try and make a program that will do this using artificial intelligence. My motivation is that I had spent 2 sports seasons my freshman year almost solely clearing weeds in the garden, and I had recently learned a couple programming languages last school year in ISR, which I haven't done anything useful with. My original plan for this project was to use TensorFlow, which is Google's neural net library, because it is the go-to way to write an AI, and basically everyone uses it. I would then use Keras, which is built on top of TensorFlow, which simplifies everything even more, so it is super easy for anyone to build a neural net in just a couple dozen lines. In addition, I also wanted to have a depth detection algorithm with block matching using 2 cameras to give the AI extra information about the plant and combine with the image. Step by step, everything that happens between the camera and the output is first, the 2 cameras give 2 images. Then block matching is applied, which is just a fancy word for matching groups of pixels between the 2 images to see how much it shifted, to see how far away the camera is, which is basically how depth perception in humans work. The image will then be cut up into individual plants, which is called segmenting, so the AI knows which plants you are trying to categorize. Then the depth data is somehow combined with the image of the plant, which the AI can read. The camera I used was a little dual camera I bought for $15. I got it working almost perfectly and nothing went wrong here. But it was inefficient because I would constantly have to move photos between the Raspberry Pi, a tiny little computer which had the camera, to my main computer. The reason is training the AI is very computationally heavy, but running the AI is fast. So it would be easier to train on a big computer than put the final product on a cheap computer like the Raspberry Pi. My segmentation algorithm took a couple of iterations, but I eventually settled on a robust way by converting every pixel from RGB to HSV format. This made it easy to tell if a pixel was green instead of making a complicated function by looking at 3 colors. It could then be easily thresholded, which is just a fancy way of saying throw out all pixels that aren't green enough because they probably aren't plants. Then segmenting the remaining pixels is just finding isolated areas of green with a flooding algorithm. If a group of pixels is too big, I just assume it is multiple plants, then cut it in half until it is small enough. The algorithm isn't perfect, but I wrote it in just a week, so it's not going to be top quality. The hardest part was the block matching. I first tried to use OpenCV because that is what people on Google said they use for depth detection, but it was way too over-engineered for what I wanted to do. I ended up writing my own block matching algorithm from scratch, which took a while. It is probably worse in every way except simplicity. The person who wrote it made it faster by requiring the user to undistort the cameras, then line up the 2 images. This usually made sense because with the images undistorted and the vertical notational shift removed, the block matching only needs to move left and right to match the same position in real life, making it much faster than also needing to go up and down. The problem is that my camera combined the 2 photos into one image, making it hard to calibrate since they would need to be split, and I would have to buy a chessboard to take photos of for its calibration process. After that, I would have to actually run and train the AI. I had originally planned to use a GPU separate computer made for training neural nets that Dr. Bill had let me borrow. But halfway through, my parents bought me a laptop for college that had an NVIDIA GPU, meaning I could probably just use that to train my AI since I won't have to use a whole different computer. I can't really say if it is faster or slower since I never ran it on that GPU. Coding the AI went really easily after I got my new computer. Getting the data is the most labor intensive and is really monotonous. I grew 3 types of beans I found at Home Depot and wheat for a total of 4 different types of plants. After 2 weeks, I had 400 images, which isn't even close to what I would need for an accurate AI. Instead, I kind of cheated and downloaded a huge dataset of a Kaggle competition that had 60,000 images of 12 different types of plants. The downsides are they aren't dual cameras, so I can't apply the depth matching, and they are too clean, all the same lighting, soil color, and camera angle, which will make the AI not be able to handle conditions outside of that since it is extrapolation. There is really no solution other than just taking more photos. To combine the depth data with the image to give to the AI, you are basically forced to use PNG. JPEGs would be ideal because they use less space and you are using tons of photos, but because JPEG doesn't support transparency, you have no fourth channel to store the depth data. To a human, it doesn't make any sense to store the depth data into the fourth channel, which is transparency, which would look like things closer to the camera are less transparent. But to the computer, it doesn't make any difference because the AI is just being fed the raw numbers. An AI could be made more robust by adding random transformations like shifting, rotations, flipping, and zooming to the images being fed in. A small amount of static could also be added to make the images slightly different. This is almost equivalent to expanding the training data since it forces the AI to be unbiased towards those transforms, because in real life, the camera can move like that or have dust on the lens. Adding transforms also helps the AI actually learn instead of just memorizing the photos. It is like practicing for the SAT with 20 questions instead of 60,000. You would just memorize the questions after going through them a dozen times, while 60,000 would actually help you learn. If you don't have 60,000 questions but are stuck with 20, you can have someone shift around the answers and the phrasing to kind of make a new question without actually coming up with a new question. This entire process is built into Keras, which makes it easy to add into the pre-processing of images before the data is given to the AI. I decided to use a convolutional neural network because they are made for image processing. A neural net is really just a bunch of numbers being multiplied and added in a bunch of layers. And the strength of the multiplication or adding between one number and the next is called a weight. Half a century of research has gone into how to optimize the weights for the neural net using calculus and linear algebra to come up with fancy words like backpropagation and gradient descent. A regular neural net just has the input of one layer connected with a weight to every number on the next layer. A convolutional neural network is different in that the input is a 2D map which groups of pixels are connected to one node on the next layer. This works better because the value of a pixel shouldn't affect a pixel on the whole other side of the image, and it uses less computational power since there are much less weights. Really, the only thing I could affect was the shape of the neural net, which I came up with by trial and error. Overall, I just learned a bunch of programming in C++ and Python since I was working exclusively with those for a couple of months. I was able to get my AI up to 98% accuracy on the Kaggle dataset, and 100% on my own data with depth, but that doesn't mean much since the sample size is so small on my own. The AI probably just memorized the photos and won't be able to recognize new photos.
All right, that's it. Thank you, Andy. So talk to us a little about the time that it takes to do this work. It seems like you had started this with a simple idea, right? Recognizing plants from photos. But there's a lot more to it than that. How much time have you invested in this project?
I'm probably like 2 months in total.
And is most of that the actual coding of the algorithm, or is it the process of taking images, training the AI, and working that?
Most of that was coding because to train the AI, I just let it run while I went to sleep.
That's a good way to do it. Dr. Bill said, how could this be made more portable, like a handheld unit for mass users?
Well, I never got it to run on the Raspberry Pi, but it'd probably be pretty easy to. And the Raspberry Pi is just a really small, cheap computer. And to make it portable, you basically just need a power supply, which you could do with the 80 PWM.
Do you see this having some app potential? Or have you seen other apps that do similar things? And have you tested those?
I've seen other apps do similar things, but I wanted it to be specialized for industrial agriculture so it could be used on farms to automate like the weeding so people don't have to use herbicides.
Great. Are there any audience questions? Andy, have you had a chance to test your own device on similar plants outside of the training space?
No. Well, like technically, like if I ever took another photo, I would add that to the training data, but then the AI would memorize it. So there's like a thing where you take like 5% of the training data and set it off for like validation is what they call it, and then you test it on that to make sure it's not just memorizing it.
So that's how we were able to come up with that 98% in terms of its ability to recognize the different weeds?
Yeah, it's 98% on the training data, and then it's like going to be like slightly lower on the validation if it actually like learns instead of memorizing it.
Got it.
What inspired you to do this project, Andy, and how, if at all, does it relate to what you want to do in the future?
Well, I worked at the garden a lot, and like I spent a lot of time weeding, and like the school says a lot about sustainability, and the use of herbicides is against that, and it represents what I want to do because I'm majoring in computer science at college, so I learned programming.
Great. Well, Andy, this is a super cool project, and I hope when you validate your AI that it's super successful. So thank you so much. All right, up next, oh, here he comes, Justin Doi, and we'll cue up the video.
Welcome to my Capstone project. I'm Justin Doi, and my project is titled Improving Your Driving Habits. Now, I wanted to start off by introducing myself again. I'm Justin Doi, and I'm from the island of Kauai. And the main goal of my Capstone project was to reduce the environmental impact and increase the sustainability of my home, Kauai. Now, I looked at some of the overlying issues Kauai has to face, and one of those is the extreme isolation to the rest of the world. As a result of this, Kauai has to import most of their food, gas, and energy from external sources. And Kauai does have a lot of green lands and a lot of potential for agriculture. So that is why I wanted to potentially look at that issue. But what I ended up choosing was transportation. And Kauai is also challenged with transportation because there's only one road, there's no public transportation, and again, gas needs to be shipped in, and reducing the amount of energy and gas used would therefore increase the sustainability of the island. So that's what I tried to do. So one of the first case studies I looked at was the LA electric bus system, and this was just a public transportation system in LA. It was launched very recently, I believe, and what they found was that different drivers of these same buses would result in different ranges of the bus. And what was determined was that different driving habits is what resulted in these. So improving one's driving habits could potentially increase the utility of these vehicles. And I believe that this could be true also for the cars we drive every day, such as like gas cars, hybrid cars, or even fully electric cars. So that brings me to my first iteration of my project. For my first iteration, I wanted to create a system that in real time could tell you as you're driving if your driving is good or bad for sustainability and fuel economy. And I did this first by collecting data. I used an app called Car Scanner. It's available on the iOS store and the Android store. And this app's original purpose is to diagnose vehicles with different errors, and so they can get maintenance. And I used the app for a slightly different purpose, which was to collect data on like distance traveled, fuel efficient, fuel economy, miles per gallon, and all these other data points. And from that, I was able to determine if a certain driver and their habits were good or bad. And I did this on these OBD2 scanners as shown below. And OBD2 stands for onboard diagnostics, and it's the second generation of it. So it's got a lot more features. And some of my mentors during the process were Dr. Bill. He really helped me with the data collection or research side of it and gave me some good scientific foundations to conduct my project. And Matthew Wicking was also helped me collect the research by driving the cars, so he was my main test subject. Okay, so the experiment I conducted was I would have a driver go down and up the hill, the Elab Hill, and which is about 0.57 miles, and I would have them drive in two different styles. I would have them drive in what they would consider a good driver. They brake smoothly, don't go too fast, or don't accelerate too quickly. And I would also have them drive in a bad style, which is basically the opposite. There's heavy usage on their brakes and don't accelerate quickly, whatnot. And this was my independent variable. And fuel economy was my dependent variable. So the overall efficiency of the car is what I tried to determine. And some of the initial problems I found while collecting data were that I wasn't able to get quite exact data. I was only able to get these graphs, and the graphs weren't exactly easy to compare to one another. As you can see here, like these are two graphs that were done by the same car, but with the top one, I believe, is the bad driving, and the one on the bottom is the good driving. But you wouldn't be able to necessarily compare them because the axes are not matched up. And this brings me to the final iteration of my project. What I realized was that my initial idea was way too ambitious, and it was not really feasible given the amount of education and time that I had. So my final iteration was just a Google spreadsheet that included all my data, and I designed it in a way that was open, so anybody wanting to collect their own research on this could add to that. And I also included some videos as instructional guides to get started. So I guess I'll mention how I refined my data collection. I improved the process and consistency overall, and I used a new system within the app to export the data. These gave me, again, graphs, but I was able to determine the exact values at any given time, which was great for we're getting actual numbers. And this is what the Google spreadsheet looks like. As you can see, I have like all these different data values, graphs, and analysis. It's further back, but it's just a sneak peek of it. On my Capstone website, I believe you'll be able to find a link to this. The link's here as well. So that's all. Thank you. Any questions?
Congratulations, Justin. That was a super interesting project. I hope you had fun driving with Matthew. Was he a good driver or a bad driver?
I would say good overall. You could actually see on the data that the miles per gallon that he got was very comparable to like the sticker miles efficiency like on the manufacturer label and all that. So that was really cool to like compare and confirm that.
Great. Dr. Bill's online and would like to know, was there anything you saw in your data that surprised you?
I guess early on, I did not really get what I wanted to. The data didn't really support my hypothesis, as I kind of said before. But after refining my process, being more consistent overall with how I was collecting the data, it was a lot more close to what I expected, and that was really good for confirming my hypothesis.
As always, questions from the audience are welcome. Here at HPA, we, as part of our sustainability plan, are trying to reduce the amount of fuel that we use. In fact, by 2030, we're hoping to transition to 100% renewable energy. But on the way, one of the most important things that we can do is use our fuels more efficiently. Do you think this is a system that we could use in our buses?
I think absolutely. Like, in order Well, in order to get the most efficient driving out of the buses, you gotta improve the driving habits first, and that's kind of what my whole project is about. So from my data, I can determine what habits are good versus bad, and being able to actually like see that real time as you're driving in practice may be a bit more difficult, but I think that's definitely something a future student can go into more and continue and improve my project.
Awesome.
Hey Justin, did your driving habits change based on your research and your experiences?
Well, honestly, I didn't really take any data on myself because I was on the app. And, yeah, but I did learn a lot about driving and how I can improve my own.
Could you share some of those tips? I think we probably have some experienced drivers who maybe think that we're pretty darn good but could always improve, and then young drivers who maybe want to start off on the right foot.
Yeah, I would definitely say a lot of what I found to be good was also kind of what, like, in driving school, what they tell you to do.
Well, that's helpful.
Yeah. So not being super hard on your brakes, and especially in a hybrid vehicle, that's kind of how it's able to collect electricity through the braking. Instead of all the energy going to heat, it's able to collect it through a generator, and you're able to get more mileage out of that. So that's definitely one of the most important factors for efficiency.
Great. Well, I think this was a super cool project, and I'm excited to chat with you or a future student about helping us at the school become more efficient with our own driving. So thank you so much. Great capstone. Up next, we're going to welcome Coy Tran.
Aloha, welcome to my capstone video. My name is Coy, and I'm from Vietnam. My capstone is called Smart Water, and I'll take a technological approach to help agriculture water shortage. In recent decades, global warming has had a great effect on planet Earth and agriculture. Global warming can lead to drought, which is an abnormal period of low rainfall. It disrupts the weather and seasonal cycle. This will lead to lower rainfall in certain areas. Droughts can directly impact soil salinization and desertification. Soil salinization is when there's extreme salt content in soil due to low amounts of water or flooding from seawater. Desertification can happen when land suitable for agriculture or fertile land becomes desert due to droughts or inappropriate agricultural practices like improper irrigation. This and all can cause farmers to lose their crop and potentially lose their income. You can see a picture of drought happening right here. And here is soil salinization. There's so much salt content that you can see the salt on top, floating on top of the soil. Here's a picture of Vietnam suffering from flooding. Along with that is water shortage that happens annually. Here are some of the current problems with agricultural irrigation. First, agricultural irrigation accounts for 70% of total water usage. And around 40% of that water used in agriculture is lost to the environment due to like water runoff, evaporation, and that can be very wasteful. Another problem is that timer irrigation system. The irrigation system that most people use do not account for how much water the plant actually needs. And lastly, as population increase, so will the need for farming, and therefore more water usage. This is the main reason I'm doing my capstone. My aunts and uncles back in Vietnam, they do agriculture for a living. So doing this capstone could also help them and also help Vietnam, since Vietnam has a water shortage problem. This is my idea to combat these problems. I'm making an automated irrigation system. Its goal is to provide precise amount of water needed. It's also computer run so that we don't have to manually turn on and off. And it's sustainable, so it reduces water usage, but also providing the same crop yield. My plan is to use soil moisture sensor to measure the soil content in water. That data will be transferred into a Raspberry Pi. A Raspberry Pi is basically a mini computer, and it's portable and cheap. And that data will be processed by the Raspberry Pi to determine whether or not. Another component of my project is to fetch the weather data to see if it will rain or not, and to measure the temperature data. That data will also be processed by the Raspberry Pi to determine some water or not. Here's some of the information to help understand my project. So digital data is data that can be interpreted by the computer. It's in binaries, so it's in 0 and 1s. Analog data is data that measures the physical. It's a data of physical measurement. So an example here is the clock shown. The mechanical clock on the left represents analog, while the digital clock on the right has to be encrypted to show 10:09. In the case of my capstone, analog data is data from the soil measuring in voltage. Although unfortunately, the Raspberry Pi can only receive digital data, so we'll need something to convert it. So here I'm using an ADC converter, which stands for analog to digital data. It will convert analog data from the environment into digital format, something the computer can read. If we don't have this ADC converter and hook the soil moisture sensor directly to the Raspberry Pi, it will not understand analog data. Therefore, its output will just be yes, there is no water, or no, there isn't water. You can see in my first design here, the soil moisture sensor is connected to the ADC chip, and the chip is then connected to the Raspberry Pi. And here are the results of the so data that is low value means there's high moisture, and high value, which means there's low moisture. There are limitations to the first ADC that I used. There wasn't enough channels, so I could not hook too many soil moisture sensor in there. I tried using the Pi Face. It's basically an add-on to the Raspberry Pi, allowing multiple soil moisture sensors to be hooked on, and it also has an ADC within it. You can see it on the left side. Then I also tried an ADDA high precision board, and it's basically similar to the Pi Face, allowing multiple ports as well as an ADC converter within it. But these technology did not work because it wasn't documented, and it was not updated by the manufacturer, so it wasn't compatible with my Raspberry Pi. So that wasted a lot of time. I then used a different chip. This thing is called the MCP 3008, and this one was well documented and updated, so yeah, I had success with this one. The results here shows from 0 to 1024. Again, low value means high moisture send, and then high value means low moisture. And now we need something to control the valve on and off. I'm using an H-bridge. It's a motor driver which lets you control the direction of the motor. Here's the weather station data. I programmed it so that it won't turn on rainy days, or it won't water when the temperature is too high. Here's my final product. The small circuit board contains the H-bridge, while the big board contains the ADC converter. And since I do not have access to the motor, I basically use an LED lights to represent it. Yellow lights mean it will turn the motor and water off, while the green light means turn the motor and water on. You can see here there's too much water already, so the LED will turn yellow, which means turns the water off. Here are some of the current limitations to my project. I'm still figuring out how to get my design out on the field. I can't find an energy source without having extremely long cables. I'm currently trying to hook the batteries up to power the Raspberry Pi, and then use the solar panels to power back the battery. That's the plan, but I still haven't figured out how it's going to work yet. And here's my partner, Eddie Bruce. You can see him helping me out here. He helped me out throughout this project through programming and all the electronics, so thanks to him. Thank you.
All right, Coy, super cool project. Dr. Bill has the first question. He said, you know, back home in Vietnam, this would have applications, but where else could this type of a device be used?
This type of device could really be used in any field, due to many reasons, like first reason like sustainability, where you don't have to waste as much water, and the second reason is it's like automated, so the user wouldn't have to like manually turn it on and off, and it will help them a lot.
Right. Now, why was it important to collect the environmental data as well as the soil moisture content?
So collecting the soil data will let us know how much water there is in the soil, and then if there's too much water, then we'll potentially waste the water.
And then how is the environmental data, the rain, the temperature, how does that kind of fit into that puzzle?
So the weather data will be like processed by the Raspberry Pi. So if it rains on a certain day, then the Raspberry Pi can know that, and it wouldn't be like it won't water today.
Got you. As always, audience, you're welcome to throw up your hand, ask some questions to Coy. Oh, and we've got one over here from Mr. Ormsby.
Great project. I just had a question about the equipment. Is it expensive?
That's a great question. So most of my equipment I got from like Dr. Bill, like the Raspberry Pi, the circuit board, and the cables. I just had to buy some of like the chips, and those cost around like $10 around. Yeah. So like also some of like my fail design. That one cost kind of expensive. It's like $30, and yeah, that kind of went to waste. But Dr. Bill bought that, so I didn't have to buy it.
So it looks like this project has a next step, right? If a student in the junior class saw this, what would you advise them to do next, and where do you see this project going?
So you can see the current limitations of my project. Like, I still don't know how to get like a sustainable energy source to run the design. But I'm sure, like, because with my limited time, so I didn't get to finish it. So like future student can finish it and put it out in the field. And another component I didn't get to finish was like the drip irrigation. So like instead of having like pouring water out would like to drip like slowly, so water runoff would be minimal.
Right, and finding a way, I guess, also replacing those LED lights now with like the actual motor,
Yes,
the actuator on that valves.
Mhm.
Do you see a collaboration with Mr. Quayle in the garden?
I actually talked to him a lot about it. He gave me a lot of the sensors, but those didn't work because it wasn't really compatible either. But we talked about it. I went down there a couple times to see like the current designs of the garden and to see if I could put my design down there. Like if I actually hooked up the H bridge to the motor right now, like I think it would work.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, that's really exciting, especially as we look to reduce our own water use here on this campus. Putting something like this into the garden can be a great way to start. So thanks, Coy. This is a great capstone. Congratulations. All right, up next we have Eduardo.
Hello there, it's Eduardo, and as most of you probably know, I'm a student from Italy. What you're looking at right now are clips of me skiing, which is my biggest passion in life. I have been in the downhill skiing environment for many, many years. And what I've noticed is that there are no tools at all that skiers can use in order to improve their skills. So this year, I focused my capstone project, which is called The Perfect Turn, to create a wearable device, so a physical product, that skiers are going to be able to use to collect data and information from their runs that then they're going to analyze and study with their coaches in order to improve and get better. But before I get into too many details, I'd like to talk a little bit about all the steps and all the previous stages of my product that it took me to get here. So it all started as a 3D mapping project where using a drone and a software, I would create 3D maps of slopes, hills, and buildings. The software was called Drone Deploy, and I would basically select the area that I wanted to map, select a bunch of information regarding the drone, like the flight height and the speed, and then start creating a map of that specific area. The goal for my product was to ideally be able to map a certain slope every day to see how the weather or the atmospherical events would affect that slope in the course of time. But then I decided that I wanted to do something more specific and something more helpful for a skier, possibly keeping into consideration the speed. Because the whole point of a downhill skiing competition is to ski down a predetermined track as fast as possible. And so I decided to implement a digital video analysis section in my project. With a drone hovering still in the air at a known height, I would take a video of the skier skiing down the slope, and I would then export the video into a software called Logger Pro that has a section dedicated to video analysis where you can import a video, select the object moving the video, and set a number of data points from the video. The software would then determine a bunch of very useful information about the object that you selected, so in my case the skier, such as the speed, the position, and the time. And the software would then create graphs of all those variables in function of time to help you visualize and analyze the run. But soon enough, I realized that Logger Pro was not taking into consideration the steepness of the slope, which is definitely a big factor in skiing. And so I heard of the Sunset, which is this little board on top of a Raspberry Pi, which in addition to this 8x8 LED screen and this multi-directional joystick, has a bunch of very useful sensors such as a gyroscope, an accelerometer, a humidity sensor, a temperature sensor, and a pressure sensor. And at first my idea was to use the accelerometer to somehow calculate the speed out of it, but I had absolutely no idea on how to possibly do that, since this Raspberry Pi has to always be plugged in a source of power. It has to be plugged into a monitor as well to use it, to a mouse, and to a keyboard. And so what I did at first was to just create a sort of little weather station, and I programmed the Sense Hat to collect data from the pressure sensor, the humidity sensor, and the temperature sensor all simultaneously, and to show the different values for all the variables on the 8x8 LED screen. So now I can run that program anywhere at any time, and it would give me very detailed information about the environment in that place, which is not essential in my project, but still very helpful in places with unusual weather conditions, such as a skiing slope. Then I realized that I could have easily solved the power source problem by starting to use a portable battery pack like this one, since this computer uses a very little amount of power because of its reduced dimensions. But I still had to deal with all the coding sections in a computer language called Python 3, which I know something about, but definitely not enough to write such a complex program. So I worked together with my classmate and friend Zig Sarosi, who wrote most of the coding part, and double-checked the sections that I wrote. And without getting too technical, I will now try to give you an overall overview on how the program works and what it actually does. So it is basically coded so that whenever the computer is plugged in, like this, in a power source, it automatically runs the program that we wrote. And we made it so when the program is active and ready to go, the LED screen turns blue, like in this case. Now, to actually run it, you have to press the little joystick here, and you will see the screen turning green, meaning that now the Sense Hat is collecting data from the accelerometer. Whenever the run is done, you'll have to press the joystick again, and soon enough, you will see the screen turning red. Now, if you're using it while the computer is connected to a monitor, you will see a graph of the acceleration in the 3 axes over time showing up on the screen. But if not, the Raspberry Pi will store all the information inside its memory, and you will be able to see later on. But we added an interesting feature to the code, which is that after you stop the program and the light turns red, you will immediately see it turning blue again, like in this case, meaning that you can now run the program again without having to restart a computer or anything like that. See, now it's green, it's running again, and now it turns red and blue again. Which, if you think about it, is very helpful for a skier, since very often you have to perform multiple runs with a very little time interval in between them. As I said, I never had the opportunity to actually test it on a skier, but only on a skateboarder. But I'm definitely super excited to go home skiing and test it on myself. As I mentioned, it's wearable, so I'll probably wear it in a pocket of my suit and go skiing with it. I hope you all enjoyed my presentation, and I'm now available if you have any questions.
Cool project, Eduardo. Hey, and you've got it right here. Hold it up again so that people can see kind of the size. Here, I'll take the mic.
Thank you. No need to plug it in. Well, this is about the size of your phone, so it's very portable. You can wear it in a pocket. Very easy to carry around.
Cool. So when you head back to Italy, and return to the slopes, that was you up there skiing. That was awesome. How do you plan to introduce this to your ski coaches?
Well, that's a very interesting question.
This was Dr. Bill, by the way. Thanks to Dr. Bill.
Thank you, Dr. Bill, for the question. I haven't think about it yet, but I know we're a very innovative skiing club in particular, so I know for a fact that my coaches will be down to any kind of innovative, especially when it comes to technology, like in this case, because it's going to make us like a special team, like the very first to use something like this, some kind of technology like this, to make the skills better.
Gotcha. So, you've worked with skateboarders. What does the kind of the next step, like how are you using the data to help improve the skateboards run down that E-Lab hill?
Okay, so the skateboard was more as an experiment, as I said, because it was the closest thing possible to downhill skiing.
And as I mentioned in the video, the whole point of downhill skiing is to perform a track as fast as possible. So with the data that I collect, I'll be able to see in which sections of the track a skier is going faster, where it's slowing down, and to be able to fix that and to make it better. And to go on from what you said, the next step, I'm already working on a mobile app for the phone, because I know that all the iPhones already have almost the same sensors that this sensor has, so you just have to code it, which I'm not good at, but good thing I have Zeke on my side. And yeah.
Perfect. Also from Dr. Bill, another question. Could this be a business project for you in university?
Well, that's the whole point of it. Like, I hope it's going to be a business. I can build a business out of it, so I don't know yet how it's going to look, but I'll definitely work on to try to make some money, kind of thing.
Yeah, no, for sure. Wearables are a huge market these days. Are there other wearables that you've seen on the ski hills?
Never. No, it would be the first one. Yeah, actually, it would be the first one.
That's great. Again, questions from the audience as we're looking around. It's hard to see in the back. We got a couple. Here we go.
So I was wondering if you would be interested in incorporating like other sensors into the device that would also track like heart rate and other things like that, so you can more like also track your performance as an athlete. If that is something you would look into at all.
Thank you, Jay, for your question.
Repeat the question though, just so the online audience can hear.
If Jay was wondering if I was thinking or planning on including some other kind of sensors in my project, did you mention a heart rate?
Yeah.
Okay, something like that. Well, thank you for your question. That's very interesting. Yeah, definitely, not in particular the heart rate, but I was thinking, and I was actually already working on a GPS. It's like a USB key that you can plug in the Raspberry Pi, since it has a USB port here, and you would be able to track with GPS coordinates the skier when it's skiing down the hill. So yeah.
Cool. And then our phones have all that as well, so once the app gets developed, you're ready to go.
Exactly.
That's awesome. Eduardo, this is such a cool project, and I also want to commend you. You weren't planning on coming back after the first semester, so had kind of dabbled in Capstone, but also just let it go. So all this work happened in this semester. So great job, great Capstone work, and I'm super excited to see this wearable soon on the slopes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, and our final presenter of the day coming up from Mr. Muma's Capstone is Stephano. And I just wanted to correct myself, not data-driven entrepreneurship. These young gentlemen here were with Dr. Bill in the Humans and Technology Capstone. My video's super long, so I feel bad.
Hello, my name is Stephano, and I'm here to talk to you about my capstone on creating technology curriculum for the dorms. So here's a quick overview of my project. When I first returned to campus in August, I really had no idea what I wanted to do. During my ideation process, I came up with 3 ideas, and then I settled on the Substance Use Council. The Substance Use Council was an idea where there'd be an elected students that would try and tackle substance use on campus. However, I then broke down since I wasn't really getting much progress and things weren't going well, and then I switched to dorm curriculum. And then I've been working on my lesson plans roughly since January. During my ideation process, I came up with 3 ideas: dress code, homelessness, and substance use. I didn't go with dress code since it didn't really interest me that much. I wanted to do homelessness, but I wanted to do it back in my home city of San Francisco. And since I'm far away, it would have been difficult due to the distance. So I decided to settle on substance use since it affects a lot of people in the dorms. And I've seen a lot of friends who have left due to issues with substances. However, overall, it was always the big idea of giving back. So overall, I really wanted to give back to the dorms specifically, since they have become a real home for me here at HPM. So as I was mentioning, I pivoted from the Substance Support Council since I had a breakdown, and with Mr. Ruma's help, I switched to a project on dorm curriculum related to mainly technology. So the problem specifically was that when I was in dorm meetings, I saw that dorm meetings were not really in depth, they had irrelevant content, and they tended to be really long and boring. And this is not to the detriment or trying to throw Miss Watson or Mr. Ford on the bus, because they have a lot of work they have to do, and they're a lot very, very busy. But what I thought is that I could help them out by taking time that they didn't have and investing it into projects that they could use. So essentially, I would create the curriculum for them. So Mr. Rumal connected me to Miss Watson and Mr. Ford. And Miss Watson is the head of student life. Mr. Ford is the head of residential life. So together, they're kind of the head of students' lives. So they have a lot to do with creating the dorm curriculum that is done during all reses, and it's done during hall meetings. So I was working with them so that I could create my own dorm curriculum on technology. So we came up with a plan, so initial steps. So first, we decided on 4 lesson plans, and then secondly, they all were supposed to have a technology focus. So in my case, it was stuff such as I did one on social media, one on video games, one on privacy, etc. And then I also created a lesson plan template. So I went online and looked at 10, 15 lesson plan templates, and from those, I created my own with the requirements that I needed. So a lot of them would have the same thing, so I'd put that down. But for me, one of the most important things was accompanying slides, because each one of them needs to have a slide deck that connects to it. So each one of my lesson plans has evolved into kind of a process. It's got refined over time, of course, but the idea is first I do some preliminary research. So I do some small research on a topic, and I go to them and I basically ask them, do you agree with this topic? And we probably make some minor changes. So, make sure to focus on this. I think you missed it in the stuff you did. It's an important issue to us, and we need to make sure that you present it. So I basically take that and I'm like, okay, got you. I will present that. Then I do all my further research. So that's probably 5 hours of research roughly, maybe a bit more. And then I start building my slides. So I build my slides first because for a lot of teachers, they won't have time to read the lesson plan documents because they still have a lot of work in their own classes to do. So by doing that first, they get all the information they really need, and then I add all additional information in my lesson plans themselves. And then I do approvals. Essentially, I go to Miss Watson and Mr. Ford, and I say, what do you think of this? And then they give me some last edits. I finish the last edits, and I put it in a shared group folder. So now I'm going to showcase my 3rd lesson plan to explain how it looks like. So I'm going to spend a quick minute here giving an overview of one of my lesson plans. So this is my 3rd lesson plan that was presented. I've taken out a bunch of slides, and I'm just going to go through it really quickly just to give you a taste of what I've done. So for example, each time I start a section, I have a header, so in this case, data collection, and I generally have an overview of it. So what is it related to? Then I'll have more specific slides. So I tried to include a lot of surveys and information where people can interpret for themselves, but it's real information that's backed by science, generally speaking. So that really helps get rid of any bias. And then I also have a section on targeted advertising where I explain each of these points. So everything from retargeting to data broker. Then I also explain a little bit on the data collection side of things instead of the website and the online side of things. And I switch over to browser privacy. So I also try to give resources. So in this case, I've provided some helpful extensions. I've also provided some helpful privacy tools. And then I've also provided a little information on another helpful privacy tool, VPNs. And then I also have other sections such as social media privacy. So for this one, I explain how you can turn off third-party data in some social media apps. They still can use their native data, but essentially they don't have to use stuff that they've gotten from other websites if you want to feel more private in that way. And then on my last section, internet cautions and disclaimer, this is kind of my section of like, yes, I told you a bunch of stuff. It's always good to be cautious. So I explain a bit of the caution. And then I also have an activity. So have you been pawned? So basically this is to check if you've been hacked. So you can put your email or your phone and you can check if someone has your data. And then finally, this is an overview. So it has all the points that have been in the presentation so that people can understand what was on it and they can recall all the information. To accompany my slide decks, I also created a lesson plan. So it includes obvious things such as a summary, and it also includes a lesson objective and a learning objective. And then it includes a slide-by-slide breakdown of the entire presentation, which also includes an extra section, which is called the possible questions section, which includes questions that are not included on the slides. The kid asks, essentially, I've estimated what people ask, and there should be answers for them. So what are current laws in the US related to data privacy? So in this case, I explain about the EFF, so kids can know a little bit more if they really want to know. And then in addition for this one, we had a bunch of links on the slides, and since kids can't access the slides, I created a document which has a lot of the links to extensions and other privacy tools that I've put into my slide presentation. So after my third lesson plan, we also sent out a Google form that I made. So overall, people rated the presentation quite well. However, there were a couple problems. So specifically length and content depth was where the problems popped up. So both of these questions are 1 being least and 5 being most. So essentially for length, a lot of people 4. So people thought it was a little bit too long. So next time I need to shorten it a little bit. And for content depth, a lot of people put that it was a bit too deep, with a lot of people putting 4. So next time, I think that I need to make it a little shorter, and I need to make the content a bit lighter. So probably more bullet points, less of the specifics, and get more to the point straight away. One of the hardest things in my capstone was overcoming obstacles. So I tend to procrastinate a lot. So that was my first obstacle. I would get work done at the last minute. And since capstone is a long-term project, that tended to impact my overall project pretty negatively. However, I managed to help fix my inconsistent work. And by doing consistent work, I managed to help my procrastination, because instead of doing something 5 hours one day, I would do it 1 hour a week before, maybe, a couple of hours in the week, and then I'd finish it on the day before it was due. I also have gotten a lot better at slide decks, so my slides look a lot better than they used to. I understand a bit more how they work, the fact that you need to add images, you need to limit text, you need to make it text generally big so people can read it if they need to. Another thing is I've grown in confidence. So I tend to be self-deprecating a lot, and I'm still working on it, but generally overall, I'm more proud of the work I can do. And also I communicate more. So this is with Mr. Ford and Miss Watson. So, in the past, I wanted to communicate less with people because it's annoying to meet every week or communicate regularly. But by communicating regularly, I keep myself more on track with inconsistent work and procrastination, because when I go to them, I need to know that I have the work done that I promised to get done. And this has all led to personal growth. So I've really grown as a person, and it's been a really positive impact for me. So thank you. Any questions? Thanks.
All right, thank you, Stephano. We have Mr. Muma back in the house to ask the first question.
So Stephano, I really appreciate you brought a lot of passion. You obviously care about this topic of youth and technology. This was a great medium for our boarding students who are used to a lesson. What would be the most effective means to teach these same principles to young adults outside of a lesson plan in the Res Life program?
Activities, I think, are a really good way of teaching people. Okay, wait.
Yep, you're good.
Okay, yeah, got it. So I think activities are a really good way of teaching kids, generally speaking, because it's a lot easier if you have a hands-on experience or do something yourself than rather just being given like a textbook or something like that. Or maybe a video format might also work. That could be another possibility as well. So yeah, that's what I think.
Excellent, thank you.
Stephano, how much time did you put into developing this lesson?
Probably way too long. I don't know, but I have like 50 sources, so probably like upwards of like 10 hours for that one. And then the other ones took a lot of time too. I think the biggest takeaway I do though is I know it sounds odd, but I probably should have done less. Because that way I could have I didn't need like all the information I did because I went a bit too deep, I think.
Gotcha.
But, yeah.
I have one more question following that. You've been a student for 3 years at HPA. What was it like to now be in the shoes of a teacher as you write these lesson plans and you get feedback like, some students like my lesson, some people don't?
Yeah. No, I thought that I could do a really good job. It turns out it's really difficult. So, like, I think I did a decent job. I also think that I have more respect for my teachers because it's very difficult to keep people engaged, but also present a lot of good information at the same time. Because you have to have that delicate balance of like, is it too much or too little, but also realizing like, are people gonna keep on listening for a while? So it was very eye-opening to put it that way.
You know, when we had a conversation earlier as we were talking about developing this presentation, and we were talking about the process you went through and kind of learning about yourself through Capstone. Can you talk about that a little more?
So I mentioned it a bit, but for me, Capstone was kind of not exactly the most fun class, but the good thing from it was the fact that I grew a lot from it. So the main things to take away was, first, as I mentioned during the thing, I was doing a substance use project, and when I meant breakdown, I meant like breakdown. Like I was bawling and I was like just really not being able to deal with it. And that was because I wasn't doing any of the work, so I was frustrated with it. Then I switched and I realized that I just needed to like kind of not really fix, but just change some of my attitude. So like, you know, be more confident in what I end up doing, but also being more realizing like, you know, you can't complain if you procrastinated for like 3 weeks. So like, you know, and especially when Mr. Rumor was gone, that was kind of another turning point for me. So during the time I was doing the lesson plans, Mr. Rumor was out for COVID for like a week or two. And of course I spent my time in class doing nothing instead of doing the work I was supposed to do. But then I had to repent by doing a bunch of work over spring break. So it's a lesson for everyone else.
Well, Stephano, I appreciate the work that went into that, and now your newfound appreciation for yourself and for the teachers at the school and the work that they do on a daily to prepare lessons. So thank you for this great work. Thank you for the capstone, and thank you everybody here. This culminates today in our second day of the showcase. Thank you to Dr. Bill and his cohort up here, and then thank you again to Stephano for Mr. Mumon's class.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
And thank you guys in the audience. Thank you on the audience online. We are going to kick this back off again tomorrow bright and early at 8:30 in the morning. See you then.